for Monday, May 29th, 2023 to order. Our first order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Lou Lachance and Edward Stanford, Pride Walk Planning Committee in attendance regarding the request for support for June 12th Pride Walk. So welcome, both of you.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, Council. I'm Edward Stanford with Urban Systems. Very proud to be here with Lou. And we have been involved with the Dawson Creek Pride Walk Planning Committee. I think that's what it's called. For this is our second year. And so when we opened our office in the downtown, we were trying to find ways of getting to know all our neighbors, the other businesses in the downtown. And my colleague Morgan here and another colleague, Rebecca and Lou, did some walking around in the downtown, getting to know folks. And quickly an idea came forward about an idea for a walk in the downtown. So RBC, CIBC, WorkBC, Westland Insurance, Software Emporium, and representatives from the school and the library all came together. And throughout the month of May, they've been meeting weekly in our offices in the evening and talking about how to put on a walk. So it sort of follows a lot of the sort of philosophy we have about being good neighbors in a downtown. And interestingly enough, you'll be discussing later today about your own strategic plan. And I think it hits a lot of those elements as well, whether it's getting to know your neighbors, the vibrant downtown, building relationships, tourism, all those sorts of things. Lou, can you tell us a bit about the walk?
Sure. As some of you know, I'm part of the queer community here in Dawson, and one of the things we always wanted to do was to make a safe space and make, especially the kids, we see a lot of kids come into our business that are feeling unsafe at home, and they open up to us because they know it's a safe space. And we wanted to do something like that on a bigger scale. So when Edward approached us, it felt like a great fit. So for the walk, our first one was last year. We had about 200 people in attendance. We through the different businesses, we got chalk donations and chalk art done up on the grounds at the library with their permission. We had face painting, people just drawing rainbows and stuff on faces. And it was a really diverse group that came. We had, adults, we had little kids, people with pets. So we really wanted to keep it a family-friendly, kid-friendly event. With that in mind, this year we've decided to make the walk a little bit shorter. So we're going from the art gallery to the library, and the library is hosting a barbecue at the end. Again, just hot dogs, drinks, cool snacks, and we'll have the face painting and chalk art and some information booths at the beginning. So if people have questions about the Pride Society, they can help, or they can get information there from them. And really just making it a fun event for everyone. So we've got businesses have donated water and the supplies for the chalk, or the time to do the chalk art along the walk. But we wanted to approach council and your worship, the mayor, to ask if you would be able to support the walk in some other ways. So one of those requests was, for example, the insurance for the walk last year cost us, Faking Sanity covered, and it was $121 last year. And we would like to approach council and ask if you would be willing to help with that. As well as attending the walk and giving a brief welcome message. We feel like, talking about being strategic, we feel like it's a great way to let the newcomers to our city know, and the kids coming up in our city, that it's a safe place, especially when you hear everything going on in the news these days. There's more and more violence towards LGBT kids and trans kids specifically, and we feel really strongly about making sure that they know that they have a support system in our town. So we would love it if City Council could sort of be the voice of the city for that and have someone attend and say a few words to that effect. Do you have anything to add, or should I
Nope.
keep going?
That's it.
Okay. The other thing that was a really special thing last year, we weren't in the middle of a fire season like we are now, but we had the fire ladder fire truck. Somebody went up from the fire department to take a group photo from the air, and you'll see in our delegation request we included some photos from last year, and you can see that one photo from the top, and it was just a cool thing, and so many of the kids asked for copies of that photo, just to hang, whether it's in their lockers or to have it at home. It was just a cool thing to have this giant flag and to be able to see it all in one photo with the big group of people that were there, just as a reminder of how many people are here to support them in the community. So we would love to do that again if fires permitting. They're not busy. And the last thing was just within the advertising stuff. We've done some advertising and posters, and Urban Systems has printed them all off on their giant printers for us, so we're getting those out. But one of the things we wanted to ask is if it could be on the digital board on Alaska Highway that mentions like this free swim days or the different events in town. And we thought that hits a very different list of people than those who are on Facebook and stuff like that. So we would love if it could be listed there as well, besides our posters going up around town and our Facebook ads. It just would be a great way to get the word out to different people. So.
Okay. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Lou. Thanks, Edward. I will open it up to council if there's any questions.
We also have, sorry, I just...
go ahead, yeah.
Because of the mix-up that there was initially with the delegation requests, another one coming in from the Pride Society at the same time, they asked us to combine their request, and that was approved by Ashton. But their request was to fly the flag for the month of June, and they said they had already spoken informally with some of you about that and gotten approval for it. But we have a flag from them to present to the city, so you have a new shiny one.
Okay.
Can I deliver that, or should I just leave it here?
Yeah, I can come. Yeah. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Also, too, with the flag, was there, because it was October before, wasn't it? And then
They have their big party one in October.
okay. And then this is National Pride
And
Month,
National
is it?
Pride Month is
Okay.
June, yeah.
And then I know we do have another request in June. I think it's something to do with Filipino community, but they fly their flag one day. So would there be any offense if we took a flag down for a day?
Not at all.
Okay, perfect.
And if it's not possible in June, it'd be great if it was flown during October instead, during the regular Pride activities that the Pride Society does.
Yeah.
This downtown business group has been here to help. So many of the Pride Society board members are part of the school plays and teachers themselves. So June is a really crazy month for them. So they've historically been unable to do a big thing in June.
Oh, okay.
So we're just here to support them. It'd be great to hang that during June for Pride Month, but if not, during the regular October would be totally
Okay,
fine.
perfect. We will let you know that. So awesome. Thanks,
Thank
Lou.
you.
Councillor Parslow.
Yes, well, your plans sound splendid. I'd just like to make a suggestion for next year, and my friend Edward there may be able to tell you a little more than I, but I observed in the North Peace Art Gallery a art show for this Pride celebration, and with Duncan Malkinson sitting there, might want to be a feature for next year. It was very interesting to look at the artwork. So that's another addition to your possible program.
The art gallery did approach us to say we could decorate the balcony as an outdoor exhibit for the month of June, and have said if we do posters or any artwork for the walk, they would be happy to display that after the walk for the rest of the month. So not a permanent exhibit. We hadn't gotten there yet, but something to consider for sure.
One thing at a time.
Like how Councillor Parslow slid that one in there, right? Any other councillors? Questions? Councillor Earl's thinking. No? Okay. I had a couple of questions, but first off, I just wanted to thank you for coming in and thank you for what you do in Dawson Creek. I know I met with the Pride group a while ago, and I was always raised that, we're all equal in this world, and so I've always lived that way, but, once I met with them, I realized they explained to me that they don't feel equal because of some of the things that have happened, so it was kind of eye-opening to me a little bit, but, it shows me how far we've come, in society and how far we still have to go, so I just wanted to thank you and the whole organization for what they do, and it's definitely welcomed in Dawson Creek, so thank you. So, and I had just a couple questions. Actually, June 12th, what time is it at? I don't know if you did mention that, but
we're gathering at the art gallery at 4:30 to start the face painting and the information booths and stuff, and we are hoping to head out to start the walk at 5.
Okay.
So as far as a welcome address, we were thinking just before 5 or right at 5.
Okay. Perfect.
The walk itself, we anticipate taking about 20 to 25 minutes, depending how quickly the stragglers at the end catch up. I think that's about the time it took last year for the last people to get to the art gallery.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I remember seeing the pictures of it last year, and it was fairly successful, so it was nice to see. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm available then, and but I'll get Fiona to work her magic and let you know. So yeah, and I think the rest of the asks were pretty clear to me, so I don't have any more really. So I guess the asks, one was insurance, just to clarify. The $121 for insurance, our attendance, having a fire truck available, and then the digital sign on Alaska. Mm-hmm. Those were the 4 main asks? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. The flag was a separate one, yeah. Yeah, do I need to do the flag? No, okay. Yeah, so if that's it.
Thank
you very much for coming in and taking the time.
Thank you for your time.
You bet, have a great day. Next order of business is 2.2. We have Mr. James Maxwell, President, Dawson Creek Triathlon Association, in attendance regarding request for support for July 16th triathlon. Welcome, James, or Mr. Maxwell.
Hey, thanks. Yeah. I like to think about the year that I'm not the leader.
Yeah.
Well, but that might be a long ways away.
Yeah.
Okay. The annual Dawson Creek Triathlon 2023. For those of you who are unaware, triathlon consists of swimming, cycling, and running, in that order. The swimming portion may take place in a natural body of water if it's suitable and near good riding and running routes, but if necessary, the swim may take place in a pool. A triathlon may be composed of various distances, such as an adult race that might take an hour and a half, to as long as 12 to 16 hours for an Ironman distance event. The Dawson Creek Triathlon Committee is pleased to be planning for a 6th year. The date for this year's event is Sunday, July 16th, 2023. The Dawson Creek Triathlon has operated in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2022. Our 2022 pandemic restart event drew 60 athletes, including 10 youth. In 2023, we look for at least 2019 levels of 100 athletes, 30 of whom could be youth. The councillors who've been on council before have heard this whine before. The operational costs for our event are high, up to $3,500 for traffic control, $1,400 is a nonprofit for the Ken Borick facility, a modern chip timing system at $1,600, $1,500 to $2,000 for athlete t-shirts from a local business, and $1,200 for athlete insurance from TriBC. Our total operational expenses are as high as $10,000. Athlete registration fees cover half our expenses, and we've always been dependent on local sponsorship. Seeking sponsorship for this event has been a long journey. I now know, and Councillor Parslow and I know, that NDIT doesn't fund sporting events of any kind. We do not qualify for BC Gaming generally, as we are an event, not a program. And we have now failed to secure a PRRD regional grant for the 3rd time. And I do have to go back and find out why this time. The sweet spot for funding seems to be organizations or businesses that have control over where their support goes. We are pleased to name the Dawson Creek Physiotherapy as an event title sponsor for the 5th year, and Fit Physio as the Kids of Steel title sponsor, which is our youth event. Many local businesses are also cash sponsors or in-kind sponsors as well. On the advice of Kathleen Connolly, the Dawson Creek Triathlon became an association in February 2022. The Dawson Creek Triathlon has always offered both adult, individual, or team events. So a team event is you could swim, you could ride, and you could run, or any combination of that. Yeah.
Kyle's a pretty good runner. Or Councillor McDonald, yeah.
Oh, just go. Gotta be careful where you point.
Yeah.
When you're at council. And Kids of Steel event with levels of athletic work governed by Triathlon Canada. So the Kids of Steel includes age groups 4 to 5, 6 to 7, 8 to 9, 10 to 11, 12 to 13, 14, 15. Kids of Steel makes up a third of our athletes each year, and it really increases the spectator potential. We do feel like having a grandchild or a child there really does swell the spectator ranks. We have had athletes as old as 70 plus. I would class our event as appropriate for athletes curious about the sport, as we offer 2 distances, the longest of which would be accomplished in as fast as an hour by a very gifted athlete, to 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes for a senior. The Dawson Creek Triathlon is low risk for locals, as it takes place in a very nice pool, beautiful local roads, the back road to Poos Koopy, including the trail subdivision hill. It's a nasty little hill. It's a super surprise to anybody who comes from flatland country. And the pleasant nature-filled Dawson Trail. I believe I've included in our delegation request the Tourism Dawson Creek report, which lists home community. Athletes have come from Cecil Lake, Cleardale, Dawson Creek, Fairview, Fort St. John, Grand Prairie, Hythe, the Municipal District of Greenview, Prince George, Peace River Regional District, Red Deer, Spirit River, Sylvan Lake, Van Hoofen, Wanham. This shows that the Dawson Creek Triathlon is a truly regional event that also attracts athletes from further away. After the collapse of the Fort St. John and Prince George triathlons, the 3 events that remain are Fort Nelson, Grand Prairie, and the Dawson Creek Triathlons. Organizationally, we depend on delegating portions of the event to captains. I recently secured a Kids of Steel captain. We also need to secure approximately 30 to 40 volunteers on race day. Thank you for your time to consider requests. Time for questions.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it. I'll open up to council first. Any questions?
Well, you're either racing or you're volunteering. So that's it, you know.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
I won't take it personal that you pointed down there instead of to me, but you know, whatever. Just a quick question. Is there anything new in the request this year compared to years past?
Not really.
This is everything that's already been done before?
And, did you know there are brand new picnic tables at the pool?
Yeah.
Just a week ago, we were walking on and go, maybe we might not need to move so many. So no, nothing's really new. The nice thing that happened last year was the barricades were delivered on a trailer. The trailer was invaluable, and we put them back on the trailer. It worked really well. It was a nice gesture on the part of the Dawson Creek facilities.
Okay. That was my question,
Yep.
if there's anything new.
Thank you. Anybody else? I didn't really have any questions either. Wanted to thank you for your presentation, and obviously thank you for 6 years of bringing this to Dawson Creek, because all of this.
Be careful what you decide to start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It can be dangerous, right? Yeah.
Well, I've seen you running around town for a lot longer than 6 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, just a huge thank you from the city for doing this and bringing this event to our community. And it's organizations like yourself and yours that make us who we are. So thank you. So and I think that the requests are pretty clear in here. So I don't know if there's much more, but yeah. Oh, Councillor Parslow.
I want to write something on a piece of paper and give it to you about someone I know well, who I'm sure might want to sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to give you a piece of paper.
There we go.
He's like, yeah, I've had this.
The name is
from Councillor Parslow.
not Darcy Dober.
Yeah. I can only imagine what it is. You have to write that down? Yeah.
Oh, well.
Hey,
Thank you very
much. You bet.
Yeah. You all have a good day.
Yeah, you too. I didn't mention
James,
to you either.
here's a piece of paper. This guy is a triathlete.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just going to say that this gets brought back under Mayor's business, and then we go through it. I didn't let Lou and Edward know that either, but
Yeah.
I just wanted
I've been through this process.
Many times.
Now it's time, after we're all gone, you guys get
Yeah.
free.
Yeah.
Hang out.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Stay, James.
I'm okay.
All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Mr. Duncan Melkinson, Executive Director, Dawson Creek Chamber of Commerce, Heather Kohler, Acting President, and Monica Randell, the Director of the Chamber of Commerce. And was Melissa Clausen from Tourism going to be here as well? Do you know, Kevin? No? Okay. Just had her written in there, so. The Chamber of Commerce regarding the Downtown Hero Mile Zero partnership between Tourism, Dawson Creek, and the downtown business. So welcome, Duncan.
Good morning, Your Worship. It's really nice to be here. Thanks for the introductions. I'm happy to be joined by our acting president this morning, Heather, and our director, Monica Randell. This is kind of just a feel-good thing that we're coming to council with this morning. We're running a program this summer in partnership with tourism, and it's kind of fun, and we wanted to bring it to your attention so that we could get the word out a little bit more and hopefully benefit from the promotion that would come. So the whole program as a whole, maybe I'll just share this because it's kind of silly but kind of fun.
Yeah.
It's this is the trophy.
Thanks, sir.
The program is called Downtown Hero Mile Zero, and it's basically a program to try to encourage tourists and locals to get downtown this summer. The idea kind of stemmed from Shantae, actually. When she was leaving, she had a bit of an on-board, off-board meeting between myself and herself and tourism, where she encouraged a number of different opportunities for the two of us to partner to our shared benefit. And the one that she had figured was, scavenger hunt. You could partner and put a scavenger kind of a scavenger hunt paper at tourism where different tourists could come pick it up, and then they'd have a kind of a guided walking tour downtown. And the chamber can kind of use its contacts to reach out to different businesses, and tourism can use the volume of traffic that it has to basically share it with tourists and get some foot traffic there. So, like I mentioned, the businesses benefit from the foot traffic. The chamber benefits because we're trying to facilitate a good partnership between different people in town. The city's benefiting because we'll, hopefully have some good data at the end of the year on, the interactions at tourism versus the interactions that ended up going downtown. And then tourism as well is benefiting because they get engagement via the, folks that are coming in, and they've got an activity for people to do when they come downtown. So we don't really have a huge request today. Like I mentioned, we just, mostly want to get the word out. There is an option for, advice if any council members have any, individual questions, or if they have any, thoughts about, what could be done. If council was super gung-ho, you could donate a small prize to the prize basket. Like I mentioned, this is a scavenger hunt. So when you return your, completed, stamped questionnaire from the participating businesses to tourism, you get your name entered into a draw for a prize basket at the end of the year. And the prize includes that illustrious trophy, to use Charlie's word, that wonderful trophy over there. So we've had some good engagement from businesses already. We've had Northern Toy Box, Simple Pleasures, Lawrence's, Hug-a-Mug, Country Lane Gifts. There's a number of different folks that have wanted to, engage with this, and it's hoped that we'll get a few more and build out the map within the next couple of weeks. So we're pretty excited about it. I recognized as I was coming this morning that this was the first time that I had presented to council from the chamber with the chamber hat on. So I just wanted to share, and in other news, while I have 7 minutes left on the clock. So the we do have a new building downtown. It's 904 102nd Ave, and that's the old Community Futures building. For those that I'm sure you're all familiar, definitely. Troy Greek is familiar. And we have, some great new tenants that we're really excited about. And another cool partnership is at Councillor McDonald's request, we've been participating in the Community Action Team, or Community Action Initiative. And there's been some neat action items coming out of that I think can help localize some supports for vulnerable people in this community and try to approach those challenges really positively. Another one is we're trying to build out our mixers. So after fives on Thursdays, we're generally running, at different businesses. We're inviting a number of local business owners to go to X business or Y business, to Rip Shoe Renew or to Lakeview Credit Union on July 7th, just to, have a little bit of better knowledge about what's going on in the community, share some good info on, what, current trends or philosophies each of these businesses undertake. And there's kind of a pride aspect to it too. There's so many great proactive, forward-thinking business leaders in this community, and it's a great opportunity to highlight some of the great habits that some of these business leaders have. They know their margins, they know their demographics, they know what they're trying to play to. Some of them have a real growth strategy, and they're trying to export their stuff outside of Dawson Creek. So there's some real good news stories that we're trying to highlight on the tour. So the last one that I'll hit is our AGM is this weekend, June 4th. The City of Dawson Creek is a member of the Chamber, and I'd just love to invite everybody present to attend our AGM. It's going to be a fun time. Dawson Creek Golf Course at 5 p.m. You're all very, very welcome. And lastly, we're just trying to build out there's a number of different pillars of what the Chamber tries to offer. We try to offer, networking opportunities and events for our members. We try to offer, direct services to our members. There's some that, get involved in our, health and dental service. Some of our smaller members get involved in our health and dental coverage. And we're also trying to build out, supports for, if there's a business that needs a grant referral or, me to try to canvass and see if there's any, programs that might benefit them. I'm happy to try to connect them as best I can. So, it's between, those different baskets that we try to add value. But all of those different, activities basically work toward our mission, which is trying to strengthen the economy of the South Peace. So it's a conversation. There's a bazillion different ways to do it. We're always open to getting advice or having coffee if there's ideas on, programs, initiatives, ways that we can try to promote the economy of the South Peace. So yeah, the door's wide open right now and indefinitely if you guys ever have advice on how we can pursue our mission. But coming back to the main reason why I'm here, we're just trying to get the word out about that, about this program this summer. We're really excited about it. We think it's a feel-good thing, and thank you all so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Duncan. Questions, Council? Councillor McDonald.
Good morning, Duncan. First off, I'd just like to say how great it is. All the different initiatives the Chamber is recently taking off with, bringing back the mixers and all that. I think it's going to be great for our community, our business community, our small business community, our downtown, to have the mixers come back. Your efforts, I commend you, sir. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Part of the scavenger hunt, I know when my family and I go on vacations and that, we always love to geocache. Has there been any thought to putting some more geocaches in and around our downtown core to help promote the scavenger hunt? That's
a clever idea. I actually hadn't considered that, but yeah, I'd be happy to talk more about it. That's
and
great.
Then for the prizing, you have the basket for a grand prize, but do you have anything just for anybody who completes the scavenger hunt?
No, we're hoping to scale it based on the interest that we get. So the idea is that, okay, well, we did toss around the idea of, okay, everybody that participates will get a X% off coupon at Y place, but it's, we just wanted to see what kind of interest we would get, and then we would, build it from there. And right now, the interest is supporting, a gift basket as a whole. If we did build, every participant gets a thing, like we'd be happy to. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions.
Okay, maybe even reaching out to the restaurants, a 20% off coupon. If you complete it, here's a 20% off coupon. And then you're encouraging them to stay and eat in our restaurants as well, right?
Yep, I like that.
So, but again, I have been attending as the liaison for the city council, the chamber meetings, and I am impressed every time I'm there in your guys' meetings. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Keep it up. Thank you all so very much.
It takes a team.
You've got a great team.
We've benefited from some great leadership over the years, and some great people around the table, and we've got some great new folks that have just recently come on board. So we're optimistic.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow?
I may have missed something, so apologize in advance. The trophy, how is that going to be awarded? I may have missed your comments about that.
It's going to be in the gift basket.
In the gift basket. So how, if I, let's say, win it and my hometown is Austin, Texas, how are you going to get it to me?
We'll coordinate with them. We might have to ship it down. Yeah.
And you'll be paying for that?
Yeah. Okay. I'll pay for it. That's fine.
Good, thank you.
But Charlie, if you win it, I can deliver it personally to your residence.
Oh, that
If you
was
wish.
said publicly.
Carton of eggs.
Councillor Earl?
I meant that in the nicest way
thank-
possible.
Thank you, Worship, and good to see you, Duncan. Thanks for coming and talking with us. Just one point of clarification, if I could. It says that the maps will be available exclusively at the Visitor Information Center.
That's the target right now. Yeah.
Okay, so and just in keeping with kind of the tourist in your own town element, and it's embarrassing to acknowledge this, but there's a lot of people who've lived here their entire life who've never been to the visitor center, to the art gallery, to Walter Wright Pioneer Village. So what, I mean, I think it's great for the sake of capturing data, but is there an opportunity, I don't know, provide these to the seniors hall, provide them to
It's a fair comment.
things like that, just because, it's $10 in tourist money is wonderful, but I think, a business is happy for $10 from anyone.
We could, we totally could have a different start point, and hand out the brochures at a certain part. But, it's hoped that the end point would be tourism, in part for the data side, but also to kind of, demonstrate. We're hoping to place the basket itself at tourism as well, so folks can kind of see that they've got a good opportunity to win a wonderful trophy. So it's that's another part of it too. But I appreciate your
Just
comment.
with respect to help get the word out locally, because that is something we're all, very mindful of is tourism's important, but we did have a couple of years where tourism fell off pretty precipitously. So encouraging people to explore their own community and spend money locally became of that much more important. But thank you once again.
Right on.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Anybody else? No? I had a few things, Duncan. One, I just wanted to thank you for coming in and presenting to us. And also, it's pretty exciting times, it feels, like with the chamber, Heather, Monica, and the board. I've met with them before, and, there's a very diverse group there that is about doing what's right for the community. And it's just exciting to see, initiatives like this and the mixers and just bringing back to who we are and building that strength of the core of who we are. So I just wanted to give you a huge thank you, and I'm really excited about the direction the chamber is going, and the relationship. I know we've got a good relationship and we communicate often, so I appreciate that a lot. I don't want to steal Councillor McDonald's thunder because I know he was going to bring it up a little bit later. I thought he might now, but I know one of your longtime board members, Chris, is moving on, so I just wanted to, if you could just, give him a thank you from us and wish him the best from the city, and
Absolutely. And Councillor McDonald was present. He's been an awesome liaison. He was present at our board meeting where we presented him with kind of a plaque of some of his big initiatives in the community. I'm sure everybody's familiar with the 18 Wheels of Christmas.
Christmas, yeah.
That he ran in, out of Roseno Transport, which was an amazing initiative for our local food banks. Obviously a logistics guy, quite knowledgeable about the community and about his line of work and how it impacts Dawson. So he was he'll definitely be missed.
Yeah. Well, thank you. But yeah, no, I just wanted to, and we have such an amazing business core in this community. In downtown, we have so many just amazing, unique shops downtown, and it's just so nice to see it being promoted. And I look forward to the future today and to the future. So thank you.
Mutual. Thank you.
No. Councillor Parslow thought he won it. Yeah. Thanks, ladies. All right, our next order of business is 2.4. We have Miss Connie Patterson, President, Dawson Creek Exhibition Association. Are they coming in? Yes. Yep. Mr. Murray Pratt and Mr. Terry Cook, the President, Canadian Professional Rodeo Association in attendance regarding the request for funding increase for the lease agreement. Replace first of the 3 horse barns and 3 years of funding assistance for the spring rodeo. So, Devin, do you mind just letting them know that they can come in? They're right there. Oh, are they coming in? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, you can sit there. Welcome.
Terry, come sit here. Go ahead. No, you're going to speak, so you sit. Yeah, that would be better.
Would this one be better?
Could put 3.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Terry. I know.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Phones are all shut off.
I left mine in the truck.
Mine will be ringing.
Morning. Welcome.
Thank you. It looks different.
Does it?
Yeah, I don't know why. From the last time I was here, it looks good. It looks good anyway.
I think it used to be V'd, yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't know, that was before my time.
It was a different shape.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Thought you were talking about without your vet car.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
I get a grant with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's not there anymore. We thought he was a staple. No, he's not. But anyway, thank you for having us. So today I'm just, you already know what we're after, what we've been asking for. So we're found ourselves that we probably outgrew our boots. So we had around 50,000 people come into our event, which is huge for us. And we've now changed our lives. So we're now with the American Cowboy Channel. So we're going to be on live television is for throughout all of North America. And so Terry is, of course, from Dawson Creek, born and raised here as well. And he is the president of the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association. So I'm going to let Terry talk about us and talk about the channel.
Terry?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good,
Thanks
you?
for the opportunity to come here. As some of you, or most of you probably know, I go back a long ways here. My grandparents came here in a covered wagon in 1912, so my family has deep roots in this area, and I've been involved in the Dawson Creek rodeo itself for forever. And I'm now with the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association. We as an association have 1,150 members. And that's competing members, American, Canadian, Australia, New Zealand, from all over. And I don't know of another organization that's going to send that many competitors to any town for a weekend. It's a big deal. In Dawson Creek, these people have done so much work here and have made this thing into such a big event. And especially with being mile zero on the Alaska Highway, and like with Connie just saying, now we're on national television and here and in the United States and Australia. This is becoming a big thing. And I just want to reiterate what Connie is saying, that it's to the point where I don't know if council realizes just how important that the Dawson Creek Fair and Rodeo is to our sport and throughout the whole world now. And it's become really something. And I just want to tell everybody that how important it actually is. Like, it doesn't matter where you go. I spend the winters in Arizona, and they talk about it there. And it's great, and it's going to bring a lot of people in here. And I think that a lot of people, even that live in Dawson Creek, don't really realize, like Connie said, there's 50,000 people go through those fairgrounds, and a lot of them aren't from here. They come from everywhere. There's people from Alaska clean to Texas. And the association has grown to the point now that we're hiring more and more people to run the operation in Calgary, and it's just got to the point, the Calgary Stampede is I just got a call from this morning. They just left Anchorage, Alaska, and they're coming here. They'll be in here late tonight with all their livestock to stop here and feed. This place is on the map when it comes to agriculture. And when the gas and oil's all gone, agriculture's still going to be here.
Yeah.
We settled this country with horses and wagons, and that's what's going to be here forever. And I just want to tell you guys how important it is. So, if anybody's got any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you, Terry. Did you have more to add, Connie, or?
No, I just, I can talk for half an hour on the rodeo and the exhibition, but, that was a feat for us to make our 100 years, and this is 101st, so it's a bit of a letdown, right? But we're continuing to build. I don't know if you realize how tough it was for us when all those buildings got taken down. That was all of a sudden, we were left with no home. We had nothing. 7 horse barns gone. Our light horse division was, we ran about 200 head of horses that came to our light horse division. The heavy horse, around 100, 120. And then the cattle, and we had the auction market for the cattle, but the people were tying their horses up to trailers and stuff to try to keep that agriculture fair going. And so one of the things that we're looking at is we need a barn. We now built that, we've added on to where you people took off 1/3 of the cow barn, we call it the cow barn, or the old riding arena. We've put that 1/3 on. Well, that cost us $275,000 to do that. So now this year we're having the provincial Angus show, and we're having the provincial Simmental show for the livestock, which is absolutely, we've never had 2 in our lives before. And we're making enough room with using the auction market. Thank goodness for the auction market, because that's where the outdoor stable we can go is for the cows at night. And then we still do not have a horse barn for those people that come and show their light horses. And now that with that cow barn, we're renting that out. But we have what's left of a heavy horse barn, but it's not good enough for what we need to do for that barn. So we need to have our first barn. We have the plans for it. Gudon has looked at the plans and drawn the plans up for us, so that if we can find some funding, that we have the architectural plans for that. So that's one of the biggest things we need right now. And the other part is that we all know that our event center does not always make money. We all know that. And so this is our 4th rodeo in that event center. And you know what? We still can't make money. And I'll tell you what, I can almost make I can make $1 out of 15 cents. I learned that a long time ago, but be damned if I can do that for that summer rodeo or that spring rodeo. But this year, Terry will explain about those boys that flew up. There was 8 of them that flew from California. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. They hired the jet to come up from California rodeos, and then they took that jet back that night, and they loaded it up with 8 more the next morning and brought them up. Cowboys. Yeah. That flew. They paid for that jet $9,000 each time themselves to our spring rodeo. That's how important this is. And so it's important to the city of Dawson Creek. It's got to be. It's got to be one of the biggest things we do here, and we're always putting on a good front for anyone that comes, whether you're a sponsor or you're coming just to enjoy the event. And now we do Indian relay race, and I don't know how many of you got to see the Indian relay race last year, but I'll tell you what, that place was packed. But this year I have no sponsor. That 50,000, we're paying for that 50,000 ourselves, so we can have them back. And they're a great bunch. There were 6 reserves that came from Saskatchewan that did that Indian relay race. Great people, wonderful people. Just a pleasure to have them on our event. And of course, the First Nations people come from all over. That's one of the reasons we had those extra people there, was because of them. So, so we keep expanding. We're expanding, and I guess that's pretty much it. You know, it's a great place to sponsor if you want to have a sponsor. We built those 11 suites. We charge $6,500 for the 5 days for them, and I got a waiting list, so we're going to try to build some more. But it's the way to see the rodeo, let me tell you. It is the way.
This is sort of off the track, but for instance, at the event center on the Friday in April, the end of April when the rodeo was on, those people at the event center, there was probably 500 people there all day.
At the kids' rodeo.
At the kids' rodeo. McDonald's probably made $3,000 because nobody would open a booth in that building for us to even get a coffee. Everybody was going uptown to McDonald's and A&W and bringing food back because you could not get anything to eat. And this went on for 12 hours. To me, that's a little bit ridiculous. And 10 minutes before that rodeo started Friday night, I walked upstairs and I went to 3 different places and you could not buy a cup of coffee. Oh, it's not made yet. It's not made yet. Somebody has got to say something. You know, it's $2,000 or $3,000 in food sales might not mean much, but it does mean something. Because people aren't going to want to go back there. To me, that was ridiculous. That's my pee for the day.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one. And, but, you know, it's a wonderful center. And to think that center is going to be on the Canadian, or on the National Cowboy Channel. That's it, that for next year. We're going to be on there for 2 days. And there'll be thousands and thousands of people watching that. And so, you know, that gives you extra advertising, extra things for our town. So that's why we're asking for some help for it. We're thinking if we could get that help, what we're short, that would help us over the next 3 years, and we'd finally build that base that would come. The other part that we did is that I didn't speak on is junior rodeo. We brought junior rodeo back because we all know that now the college has rodeo. They have a college rodeo team. So where would they be if they didn't have junior rodeo down underneath them? That's that's the feeder system. So we've been at junior rodeo now for the last 3 years, and that's what Terry was talking about. We only had the 1 day of junior rodeo this year because Chetwynd had the next two days. Mm-hmm. But that place, there was 500 people in there all morning that came and watched those kids.
Yeah,
you know,
well, it's excellent.
So, anyway, that's why we need some help.
Okay, thank you. I will open this up to council for any questions. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I recognize some of the challenges for sure. I just want to ask a couple of questions around the buildings. Just as a bit of background, I'm the president of the Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club. We've just raised $1.25 million of grant money. I'm just wondering, what is your plans for applying for grants? Because if we can get $1.25 million, I'm sure you can get at least that and more.
We've been applying for grants ever since I came here 20 years ago or better. And I came through the life of figure skating. I was president of the province of British Columbia. I had 116 clubs under me. And I was sat on the national board, so I know all about grants, and I was the grant person. So that's how we got the 4-H building. We got $250,000, 75 for that. And that was also how we got that addition to the cow barn. And so we have another grant in again. We've been trying for the barn. We haven't made it yet for the barn. The barn was the first thing we tried for.
Have you applied for the Western Diversification Grant?
Yes.
You have a Peace Mackenzie Grant?
No, I'm not sure about that one.
That's a new one.
I'd have to check on that one.
That's a new one, Connie.
Is it?
Yes. Council received a presentation on that. It's linked to the caribou issue. They have, I believe, $10 million to, so that's another one. NDIT.
No, we do all of those.
NDIT has good capital grants up to about 300,000. So I'm just
That's how we got the 4-H
through that one.
4-H was through NDIT.
Yeah.
Yes. And we've applied for grants everywhere we can find when we apply for it. And we were qualified for the agriculture. That's why we keep the agriculture portion of our exhibition, is because we qualify for agriculture grants through the agriculture portion. But so far, we haven't been able to get that yet for our barns. And we need more than one barn, but we're just starting with one. So we can get one. We had 7, but we don't need the structure that we're building now. We'll be able to make it with 3 because it's going to be twice the size. So, but we definitely, in order to keep that agriculture thing going, we have to. And also, all of the people that come to us in the cattle industry, the seminars we're putting on and doing in our cow barn, they still have to have a place. They have to have a place to put their horses or their cattle or whatever. So we'll never, you don't have to worry about it being a problem with the Lakota Center. We help them out when we do the agriculture. When we do the rodeo in the spring, we rent all their stalls and we rent their arena so that we can use that for practice time. So we partner up with them. So it's just that we're ready for the use of that barn, and we that big cow barn. Now that we've got it built, now we need some barns to go with it.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I'll get Fiona to send the information on that Mackenzie Trust Fund because we just had a presentation.
I don't know that one.
Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you all for coming in and speaking with us. Good to see you. So I'm pretty clear on the ask. I just need a point of clarification on the horse barn piece. So is that include, because I know with the existing agreement, there's we're to be provided with a 3-year, 5-year capital plan as part of that. Is this similar to the first request, asking that this be included in the next agreement as part of the capital plan?
Yes.
And has that been provided to staff? So
We did that this spring.
okay, yeah, because that's it's just I know the first ask is to be included in the next agreement, which will be around budget time, so it's appropriate. And then this next one similarly, then if it's part of the something we can incorporate into our 5-year capital moving forward, that's helpful as opposed to kind of a one-off. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I've just got a couple of questions. I am new to council, so bear with me. In regards to your competitors and vendors, how early do they show up? Do they show up a week ahead of time, 2 weeks ahead of time? When do they start filling up our community?
The vendors come first.
Vendors, competitors, anybody?
The competitors come in if you're in the rodeo part and you're in the bucking stock and you draw that X horse, whenever that horse is up, that's the day that you're there. And so you're there, and the chuck wagon people are there for a week. They're there all week. So are the pony people all week. So are any of the people that are in the ag fair. They're there all week. It's the cowboys that come in and go. They maybe a couple days.
The rodeo competitors, the Crete, Alberta rodeo actually ends on Tuesday. And most of them are there, and the ones that aren't there are in Omak, Washington. And when that ends, Omak ends Sunday, and that Tuesday, and then they all come to Dawson Creek.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to get at, like, are they investing in our community more than 5 days?
Oh,
It's a
absolutely.
5-day event, but are they showing up 5 days ahead, staying a couple days past? Can we say it's a contribution to our community's economy more than just 5 days,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely,
10 days, 12 days, something like that?
whatever. 10.
But it's the fans that come from all over.
Yeah,
The Dawson Creek exhibition draws fans from Watson Lake, Yukon to Edmonton, and you know what I mean? There's a lot of people come here and camp for that week.
absolutely.
Yeah.
This one might be more towards Kevin and Connie yourselves. I've been to the exhibition many times. I love the chucks. I love the rodeo, but I have no understanding of the heavy horse, the light horse, all these other side agriculture events. Could we do a tour of the grounds so we had a better understanding of just how many events are going on with the fair, the exhibition? Give ourselves a better understanding of just the total draw, more than just chuck wagons, more than just, because I think there's a lot more regional participation, not just the big national size event, but there's a lot more regional stuff going on, right? That maybe we as a group don't understand and would benefit of seeing.
So our prize book, which is our agriculture book, is 72 pages. That's how big it is, 72 pages. So that's got home arts, horticulture, 4-H, goats, sheep, llama, heavy horse, light horse. That all encompasses 72 pages in there.
So much more than just chuck wagons
Yeah,
and
that's the
a midway,
That's
right?
the agriculture report, and we print those off, and they go all over. The people from the Yukon, we have a lot of people that come and exhibit from the Yukon that come down here, and Alberta that come over and exhibit. We have a lady from Beaver Lodge that brings flowers from Beaver Lodge and exhibits in the horticulture. We have a wonderful horticulture section, absolutely unbelievable. They have no building. They're in 235 by 40 tents with rig mats on the bottom because their building is gone.
So, all good information that we would help us, right? If we understood.
The bathrooms.
Have you reached
I'm surprised
out-
you didn't
sorry.
ask me about the bathrooms.
I'm a man. I don't need the bathroom. I'm sorry.
By the way, we bring in 100 bathrooms, just so you know. We bring
Yeah,
in 100.
I believe
and
it.
we bring in the wash rack so they can shower as well.
To me, the exhibition seems like a very much more than just a Dawson Creek event. It's more a regional event. Do you guys ask the regional district for money towards the barns and
Yes.
that as well?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned you had plans for the barn. Could we see the plans?
Sure.
Just so that we'd be
yeah,
able to have
yeah.
an idea of
How it looks, yes.
what it would look like,
we
what
can
the
send them
actual,
to you.
not just, hey, here's
Yep.
250 grand and
Yep.
go build something kind of deal. And then my last question, how's your relationship with the Treaty 8? I know you've started the Indian races last year, but how's your relationship, partnership with them? I believe you could build that rodeo, that spring rodeo better with a strong partnership with the Treaty 8 nations.
You want to try it? You
No,
come
no,
get
I
on
don't
my
want to
board.
try it. I've
You
got a
come
busy
get on my
schedule,
board. You
right?
come
I'm
and
just
get on-
asking,
no.
how's your relationship with the Treaty 8 nations?
All right, we always have had it, Terry. We have no problem with the Indians. We have
they're
Indian
good.
people that come to compete, our First Nations people. I was raised into the Chetwynd area, so my dad was a West Coast logger. My dad hired all those people from Moberly Lake. They all worked in his logging camps. I'm related to some of them, so I'm in.
Okay. Right,
I'd like to be in deeper, but I'm in.
right, right, no, absolutely, right?
So other thing I want to mention too is that we do other things. So this is my opportunity to invite the mayor to be our person that accepts the RCMP musical ride on June the 9th. They've asked us to honor someone from our area to, and so we would like to invite you to come and accept the musical ride for the Dawson Creek Rodeo Grounds and it's going to be June the 9th, and we're inviting all the schools. The schools are all coming for free, And then anybody that's over 15 years old or 16 pays $10 to come to that.
And they're presenting that to the
Yes, we've been
exhibition
trying for a
center?
long time to get them here and finally have them. We're very excited about
Nice.
that. And then we also do a Christmas event now that we have the cow barn finally opened up and going. We do the Christmas event for the week before Christmas, and we have sleigh rides for the kids, and we have Santa, and we build the town of Bethlehem, and we actually have the little animals that were in the stable, and Mary and Joseph and a real baby. And and then we do a free pancake breakfast on the Sunday morning for that. So it's another thing that we're doing as well. So
Awesome.
we're not just the rodeo. We do other stuff as
There's a
well.
lot. Councillor McDonald, do you have something?
One more came to me. Now that you're on the Cowboy Channel, live TV, are you able to leverage that for advertising funds?
The Cowboy Channel is getting a whole, we just signed a deal with Cowboy Channel a month ago for Canada, and they're going to do, we have 60 events, and they're gonna do about 32 of them this year. And then they're gonna start adding them on as they need more content. And they have made a deal that with the committee, for instance, they would come to Dawson Creek Rodeo Committee and say, if you can sell advertising on this, and we split it with you.
Okay.
On a lot bigger scale, Fort Worth last winter had them, they sold $200,000 worth of advertising and split it, so they made $100,000 off that.
Right.
There is opportunity for that, but it's so new here yet that probably won't be a big deal this year, but it is going to build.
Good
up.
revenue potential
Yeah.
moving forward. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions? No, I had a few. Just wanted to thank you for coming in and presenting to us, and and a thank you to the board and both associations for what you do, because I can probably speak for all of us that we know what the exhibition brings to our community and how many people and what it does for our economy. And Terry, you made a good point about oil and gas not always being here, and that's the one benefit I truly believe in Dawson Creek, is we have a very diverse economy, and agriculture is the core of who we are and was here before anything and will be here. So I appreciate that. I did have a couple questions, or actually one on your asks in here, when you needed to know by. I know one, the contract's renewing in October, so are you that's what you're kind of proposing or hoping for the next contract, or are you wanting to know in a shorter time? And then the other one with the spring rodeo, is that something you need to know right away?
We need to, Terry, when do we have to know if we're gonna go with that or not?
Well, by this fall.
Okay.
I would say, for the spring rodeo.
Because we're
Yeah.
November, because our
The Canadian final, the first week in November,
Okay.
and then after that is when the following year all start coming in as approvals. We
Okay.
have, the approvals come in, and then, so, sometime right after that, before Christmas, I would say.
So I would need to tell them by that,
Yeah.
at that time, at the meetings we have.
We have meetings.
Committee meetings, that if we're gonna be going ahead with the spring rodeo or not.
Okay.
And so without that help, there's no way can't do that.
Okay, so two of the requests, because one, the lease is coming up, I think it's October, right? Yeah, so that and that one, and then the replacement of the horse barns, if that's something we're looking at, would probably be into the capital budget for
Yes,
next year.
and we've asked for that.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
okay. Perfect, and then I had just a question around youth, but I think you touched on that a little bit, but on the spring rodeo, is it 500 youth that are there during the day, or is it?
Well, with their parents.
With their parents,
Yes,
okay.
With everybody, yeah.
And is the youth rodeo, is it growing?
Oh, is it ever?
Yeah.
My God. And we have 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. We do youth rodeo, and then following the youth rodeo, we do ranch rodeo, which is ranches throughout this whole area have a team, and they can have all females or female and males, but there's 4 to a team. And they do they compete in all the things that you do on a ranch: branding, sorting, all that sort of stuff. And the last thing they do is they have to nominate one person to ride a bronc, and that that usually separates them all apart. So we've decided who the winner is. So we do that Wednesday and Thursday as well. So we have two full days. Then we do CPR rodeo Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah.
And then wagons are all 5 days. And now the Indian relay race is 5 days as well.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting last
So it's
year.
full.
with-
We're full. We're very full.
Yeah. With especially the 100th year, and then, I mean, coming out of COVID, like the whole energy around town was just, it was
Yeah,
crazy.
everywhere.
Yeah, it was amazing. So it'd be so nice to just keep building on that
And
momentum.
professional rodeo always, throughout history, as people have come from ranches and farms, you know, our competitors.
Yeah,
It's all evolved now into, our competitors are coming out of colleges all over North America, because the colleges have rodeo programs just like football and baseball and stuff all over it now. And all these kids now, like, they get scholarships and they go on rodeo programs to school and they get a full ride, just like a baseball player would now.
Yeah.
And it's really evolved, and we're getting, excuse me, and the money's got now, so we have kids winning $1 million where they couldn't win 50,000 10 years ago.
yeah.
And it's got to the point now where it's got competitive, and we have a lot more people doing it. They want to be, everybody, and TV has done so much for us.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, it's
So we
great
had
to see.
9 of the Northern Lights College rodeo team. We have 9 of those kids
Yeah.
competed with us in spring rodeo, first time ever.
Yeah.
And they did really well. It was a blast. It was good to see them out there. And the best part for them is that Zeke Thurston was there, who's our national champion. And he was the-
World champion,
He's a
three-time.
world champion. He's our national champion. Zeke flew up from California. And the Hay boys, those 2 boys came up there, and so one of the things we're very strong in right now is, and Terry, you should speak on that, not me, but we're with our bronc riders. Speak
Yeah,
on those boys.
bronc riding has got to, last year at the World Championships in Las Vegas, they take 15 saddle bronc riders, and 8 of them were Canadians. I mean, it's got to the point where before we were lucky if we had 1.
Wow, it's
The
grown
last 2 years,
significantly.
That's how much it's grown, and it's,
And bareback riders.
yeah,
with
and
bareback.
bronc riding especially, and TV over the last few years is, like, bull riding has got to the point where it's everywhere now.
Yeah.
It's just growing, and it's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's great to see, really.
So
Yeah.
those 18 kids that flew, I call them kids because they're young people, of course, but those 18 that flew up, 2 of them were bull riders, and the other 16 were either bareback or saddle
Yeah,
bronc
yeah.
that flew that chart, and they paid for that plane themselves, that jet,
Oh.
both days.
Yeah, it's good.
Perfect.
It's becoming very good.
Well, thank you very much for coming in, and, we appreciate you taking the time and presenting to us, and obviously for what you do in our community. And I know that there's a big board of volunteers too that do a lot as well, so.
Well, we've learned now that we hire groups, and they
Yeah.
volunteer for the group, and we pay the group.
Oh, yeah.
That works better for us.
Yeah.
And then we have the right amount of people that we need to have.
Get the
Because
support, yeah.
the volunteering isn't quite like it used to be. You'll volunteer for your group, but you don't want to volunteer to us. That's-
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work. So, and I'm going to be sending you the letter for June the 9th.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to
Yes,
say thank you for the
yes,
invite
yes.
too.
So, and you'll be presented, and
Okay.
you'll be present on our behalf.
Yeah, I'll have to see what time it is. I am out of town June 9th to the 11th,
Are
but
you?
I'll
Okay,
just,
so it starts at 12:30? It starts at 12:30, and it'll be done by probably an hour. You'd only have to be there for, say, an hour.
okay.
And if that will work, if not, you just need to let me know so that we'll have to choose a second person.
Okay. We'll let you know today.
Anyway, I can't tell you how excited we are for that RCMP musical ride. It's been a long time getting here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's
exciting,
gonna be
so.
good. Okay, thank you so
Perfect.
And,
much.
Charlie, I've been a lifetime member of the Sportsman's Club since 1990, and it's a great organization. I'm glad you're involved.
Yeah, I've seen your name on the list.
Yeah, yeah, I've been there a long
Yeah,
time,
we're just finishing off our indoor range.
really.
That's where we raised that $1.25 million.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, good luck with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
I'm going to call a recess or break. Our regular meeting of City Council with Committee of the Whole back to order for Monday, May 29th. Next order of business is 3 late items. There's no late items. For new councillor business, is there any new councillor business? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one or two items to note. I did this past Saturday attend on behalf of the City of Dawson Creek the local Air Cadets annual review in my capacity as the acting mayor. I just wanted to congratulate them on an event well done, and all of the kids who passed their review with flying colors. Obviously, anytime you can see young people cultivating character, it's always leaves you with a warm, fuzzy feeling. Also wanted to thank city staff and the event center staff for their work with the trade show this last weekend. I think, the good weather maybe posed a challenge for getting as many attendees as we'd like, but it was a very well-run event. And I was there for Saturday, and I know I had my colleagues there throughout the weekend as well. And it's always nice to get to touch base with people face to face in that kind of environment, and you remember the vast majority of people are pretty cool to deal with, as opposed to, if you just rely on the comment section of Facebook, you'd think the average voter is insane. But no, it was a lot of really good conversations with some very kind people, and I thank the staff of the event center and our staff for helping facilitate it.
Thanks, Councillor Earl, and thanks for filling in for me for a few things. So, Councillor McDonald.
No, thank you, Your Worship. My apologies to council for not getting this in for our agenda, but as a liaison for the chamber meeting, and between Duncan and yourself, most of what I had to talk about this morning did get talked about already. I wanted to highlight the Chamber's AGM, Chamber of Commerce AGM coming up Sunday, June 4th at 5 p.m. at the golf course, where their new board will be sworn in. New board includes 3 new board members, Jeremy Martin from the operations manager from the co-op, Evan Ohlenberger of Legend Martial Arts, and Vinnie Palmer from the Sleepin' and Poos Hotel. Highlight some things the Chamber's doing, and again, like we discussed with Duncan, I think the Chamber is on a great path right now of wonderful and community engagement, including Duncan's community walks he's doing with Community Futures, where they just go out on a Monday morning and they pick a part of the city to walk in and visit with chamber members and have just great open dialogue and discussions about things chamber members and business owners in our community would like to see moving forward. Also, I was going to discuss the Mile Zero Downtown Hero, but Duncan spoke about that. Their new building is looking great, filling up with lots of new tenants, including the Magical Crystal Cave, which I recommend anybody go in and visit, especially if you're into crystals and the healing methods. And again, just like the mayor touched on, I wanted to touch on as well, Chris Richards of Rosenau is sadly leaving our community. And I just wanted to thank Chris and invite council to thank them with me for Chris and his wife Lynn have been huge members of this community for a long time. They've been a part of many community organizations and fundraisers, and I know that 18 Wheels of Christmas fundraiser is sadly going to miss their leadership, and hopefully it can continue on. And just want to say thank you to Chris and Lynn for everything they've done, and wish them all the best in Penticton.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow.
So the EDS report is in, and tomorrow night at the Mile Zero Park board with community representatives, we will be reviewing that report along with the proponents for the jump track. It's discussions with people. And I feel absolutely certain that's going to happen, but will it be this fall or next summer is up in the air right now. On Wednesday, the South Peace Oilman, there will be a meeting of some of its members, and I've as you know, may not know, I was appointed by the South Peace Ormonds to work with Paul Javatkov. We were one of the legacies of one of the conferences, South Peace Ormond conferences, was the Ken Barrett Wall. And we are meeting on Wednesday with members of the South Peace Ormonds just to revitalize that. It like many things, it was pretty well shut down with COVID. So that's all been resurrected. And you'll see additional nominees, and there'll be presumably an event when that all happens, probably this fall, which I think you all know it's located at in the foyer of the Vintif Center. So there are two things tomorrow night and Wednesday night. And on Wednesday, I know you guys are interested in this sort of thing. On Wednesday is a big day for the South Peace Dawson Creek Sportsman's Club. The HVAC system has arrived, and it's going to be lowered into position on Wednesday. And then the only thing left for the club to finish is the installation of the automated targets, and that will be happening the week of July the 11th to 15th. And we need able-bodied people, volunteers, to help us do that. So if you're not doing anything on one of those days or all those days, let me know, because we really do need about 6 able-bodied people to help with the installation. The installers, 2 installers from the States are coming, but they need half a dozen able-bodied people to help with the installation. So if city staff are on holidays, they could come and join us, or Kevin, if you're on holiday, you come and join us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thank you for the updates, but one thing, when I was just at that FCM, there was, on the trade show floor, there was something about pump tracks, actually. There was a company, so I grabbed the pamphlet for it. I haven't unpacked yet, but I will get it to you. And if you have a meeting tomorrow.
Yes, the meeting's tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I might be seeing your lovely
so
other
give it
half
to
tomorrow,
Mary,
so
yeah.
I'll give it to Mary, so, okay. All right, any other new councillor business? All right, thank you. Next order of business, adoption of minutes, 5.1. A motion to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of council for May 8th, 2023. Councillor Kemp, Councillor McDonald, I'll call the vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? No. 7, correspondence. 7.1, we have a letter from Jeremy Linklater, President, Dare to Dream Society, received on May 5th, 2023, regarding the request for support of the Dawson Creek Music Festival. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move that we grant this request, and the listing of things that he wants. I think it's a very it's no different from past years from my reading, but so I'd like to move it.
Okay, do I have a second? Councillor Kempf. Kevin, those were all pretty much the things that we've done each year, right? When I was looking through it.
Yeah, through your worship, pretty typical for previous years. I think the only add is they were looking for a couple extra picnic tables, but nothing out of the ordinary.
And is that an issue for us, picnic tables? No? Okay. All right, any discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.2, we have an email from Ty Laudner in True North Fitness, received on May 16th, 2023, regarding a proposed paving request for 100 B Avenue. I'll give a little update on this too. I met with Ty and Jared, who have purchased the property on, on that address, but the old on-site building, and they have some pretty big plans for it, which could be pretty amazing piece for our community, especially right on an entrance hub. But one of the things is it has to get rezoned, so they need to add more stalls to it. So they're going to pave their front entrance and the lawn. Part of that is we're requesting or asked Kevin and myself, and they're talking to us about if the city could look at paving the entranceway into that area, just because they're like, if we pave all that and then there's a gravel road, a gravel entranceway right by Fast Gas area there, that it's going to beat their pavement up. So, yeah, hence why the request has come in. So I'll hand over to Kevin. Kevin's done a little bit of research on, what this could look like at this request. Yeah.
Yeah, so through your worship, as you indicated, you spoke with Mr. Lardner, as did I. He asked about the roadway, just the process, what this could look like. So I suggested he bring it in front of council. This particular roadway, which is 100 B Avenue, and also there's a bit of a frontage that goes into some other businesses, which is within the public road right away. So it is technically our roadway. Has not been on the, the near future to be reconstructed and paved, but certainly could be put into the queue if council so wished. So just based on our construction numbers for this year, this request that's in front of you is about $1 million to build, to reconstruct this road. Now that would be doing it to curb gutter, storm sewer, street lighting, which I would suggest is probably what needs to be done there anyways. So just as a ballpark. So that's one piece. Then also the second piece is he was indicating about the requirement to pave his parking spots and all that, and just seeking a bit of leeway on that, and with the hope that the road gets paved and then he could do his paving on site and everything could just tie in and connect. Which makes perfect sense from our perspective. So, if it's something that council is interested in, I would suggest that you move the road discussion to budget, and it would become a budget item for you in the fall. And the paving of the parking requirements, I have to check and see if that's part of the development permit or if it's part of the bylaw, but we can come back to council with just the process on what's best suited, but we can work with the property owner on that to come to some way to facilitate the request if council's interested in that.
I guess one thing, Kevin, is if we hold off talking about the road until the fall and they want to open before then, but need some leeway because they don't want to, obviously pave and then it get ripped up again when we do, if we decide to go that way. Does that hold up like them getting their permitting and stuff, or? No,
so what we would do is, again, if council wants to facilitate this request, then staff will work with them and the process to defer that particular requirement to a later time, with the assumption that the road's going to get done. And if for some reason the road, let's just say it gets deferred to budget, doesn't end up getting into the budget, then at that time next year, the property owner would have to complete the requirements. But I'm pretty sure we can work with the property owner to find a solution on that.
I guess the other part of this is so this was their request of paving further, but would it make sense for us to direct staff to bring back a report on different options for that, or do you believe that this would be the best option?
Well, through your worship, when I originally talked to Mr. Lardner, I assumed it was just 100 B Avenue that he was indicating. I was unaware of that kind of frontage road that goes in there as well. You know, and that adds, you know, significant pieces to the project. And I'd have to take a look at it, actually, or have Devin take a look at it and see if there is a need. I think there is probably a need to do something down there. Is it a priority? That's probably the bigger question. But, you know, it comes to if we're there and we're doing the work, does it make sense to do something there? But we can certainly come back with some options. Again, I think that's where the budget discussion comes in, is if council's interested and wants to forward this, it's a high enough priority that you want to forward it to a budget discussion. Staff was going to do some preliminary work, come up with some estimates, and we can also include a couple of options within that to say, here's what it looks like, here's what we could do. And we'll have a much better sense of the need and whether we truly need to do something or if it's more of a, you know, a want, I guess. We'll have a better sense of what the conditions are there.
Okay, so just to clarify, I'm confused myself maybe a little bit, but just to clarify, so we're looking for two motions here, but one possibly to just move this to the budget, or do you, yeah. Okay, if somebody would like to make a motion, then we can have some more discussion. Councillor Parslow, or did you have some questions? Or
I have a lot of questions about this. And I'm not sure if some of the answers can be given to me in open, but what you talked about some exciting potential projects linked to this, and can you, what are those projects, or you're not able to share with
Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess it's public that I can probably share that, couldn't I, Kevin, what their plan is? Yeah, I mean, True North Fitness has purchased 109 or 70900 B Avenue, that big building, and their plan is to build like a health center. So that could have, we'll obviously have their gym in there, but physio, they're looking at like potential daycares, like they got a really big vision of what their plan is for the property. And all around like, you know, healthy style living, but they also want to clean that area up too. So I see it as, you know, a bit of a, you know, it's not necessarily, well, maybe it is a bit of an eyesore right now because it's an old, you know, building that hasn't been used, but they have visions and plans to clean that whole lot up and make it like a really nice piece coming into Dawson Creek. So, you know, and then the other part too is they're investing a significant amount of money into this. And, you know, I understand their point when they're going to pave and they need to pave and do their whole lot. It's tough to spend, you know, whatever that is, $200,000-$400,000 on paving onto a gravel road, which is going to, you know, affect their investment. So, yeah.
Okay. So the second question is, I think Kevin's answered part of it, but just the 100B part is part of our city road system. Is the, what you call the frontage, is that also of the same status?
So through your worship, it's not a road per se, but it is within the road right of way, just by nature of how the properties are there and how the road right of way is,
Right.
It's our property.
Okay.
But it's access to those businesses. It's not a through road.
Right. So, I mean, obviously this, and I can see why the mayor is interested in this as a project for sure. And I take my hat off to those guys. That's great. But the other thing that's going through my head right now, over the years, there are many business people who have been asking for paved roads into what is often called the forgotten subdivision, the micro subdivision, where road conditions are just atrocious. and they've been asking for paving, right? So my question is, where does this stack up with their requests, right? And I think you know the area I'm talking about. As I say, it's called in the community the Forgotten Subdivision. Yeah, and there's lots of business people there.
Yeah.
And it's so I appreciate this being on the agenda, and I'm just sharing my thinking. Right, one hand, yeah, it's great. On the other hand,
Yeah.
I know I'm going to get it in the ear from some people. And I understand their concerns as well,
Yeah.
because it just makes access to their businesses horrendous during breakup season, particularly. Yeah.
Michael's subdivision, is that like over by Rentco area?
No, Michael subdivision. Kevin, tell.
Yeah, so Michael subdivision, as it's called, is east of 8th Street between 112th, 116th Avenue.
Oh, yeah,
So
okay. Down by in the
Yeah.
fairgrounds and.
that direction
Yeah.
there. So in that area, we've over the past, we have paved kind of one block off 8th Street to, again, with the mindset to try and minimize the amount of gravel or dirt drug out onto the main road. So in this request, there is some value to that, because it would be that, maybe one block off of 8th Street to clean it up. Michael subdivision, last year we went in and gravelled, spent about $250,000 on gravel and re-gravelled a number of areas. But you're right, that is a much bigger project. That came to council a few years ago and was multi-millions of dollars, because there's significant underground as well as above ground work to do.
It's not up to our basic standards.
No. Okay, thank you. Anybody like to take a roll at a motion? Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, I'm not ready to make a motion yet. I just have one more question. If we were to pave that, what does that do to the taxes for Atchison Refrigeration and the other businesses down there?
So through your worship, it changes nothing on the taxes. It may change their assessment.
Right.
But that is completely out of our hands.
Right.
So we haven't been, and we don't have current policy around local area service projects, which you may be alluding to, where in the past we've done paving projects. If the property owners agree to it, they pay a portion of it, and that sometimes gets added to their taxes. But we did away with that process a few years ago for a number of reasons. So yeah, there would be no tax implications from the city of Dawson Creek if this was done, but there may be a change in their assessment, which may have an implication on their taxes.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
So I will make a motion in a sec, I guess, based on what Kevin said here, but just for some clarification. So the 100B Ave, so you mentioned Michael's subdivision, there's significant underground required. I assume then there's somewhat less required for a project like this, or?
So through your worship, it's a little early to say. There's going to be some underground, obviously not as extensive as Michael's, because it's a large subdivision, and when we looked at that originally, we looked at all aspects of it. What we would be doing is, if council refers us to budget, i.e. making it a priority for 24, is we will start to do our preliminary work this summer and fall, where we'll do surveys, we'll dig up all the underground information we need, and we'll start to get a better idea of what all needs to happen. And that will form part of, the budget.
Okay, so I'll look for some guidance from Brenda on this. Are we able to defer this item to budget discussions? Would that be appropriate, or is there a way I should phrase that?
Or do we just make a motion to add it to the?
Including budget discussions later this summer?
Yeah,
Or fall?
Through your worship, motion could be to, if you would like a report from staff beforehand to provide information regarding the project, or if you just wanted to defer to budget, it's probably better for Kevin to suggest.
Yeah, I mean, I defer to budget simply because that would be my preferred motion. If I can get a seconder, I'll give you the rationale why.
So through your worship, I would concur as deferring it to budget would be probably the best course of action from staff's perspective.
Yeah, and then like you said, you would then bring a report forward at that point. So, okay, do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Councillor Earl?
Yeah, the reason I put forward the deferral as opposed to a report is just because I think before we ask staff to go off and put the time into it, we do need to assess where it does fall on our list of priorities. As Councillor Parcel articulated, there are a lot of, if we're getting into the business of paving new roads within city limits, and there are a lot of people who've been asking for a long time and a lot of other businesses which would appreciate the same consideration. So as much as I do appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit and what they're trying to accomplish there, we do have to balance that against the needs of other people who are similarly curious about getting their properties some paved roadways.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion on that? No? I'll call this motion to vote. And it's carried. So the second part of this would be, would somebody like to make a motion on the second part? So what do we need on that, Kevin, for the bylaw part? Do we just need a motion to like allow, or is
So
it? Oh,
through your worship, what I would suggest is just direct staff to work with the property owner to, through the appropriate process,
yeah.
knowing what we know now about this is going to get deferred to budget is, we can work with them to defer their paving requirement until 2024 at the earliest.
And do we even need a motion for that? Because if staff's already going to be working with them, and would they then bring a report later on saying, we'd like to, because I'm sure that's probably within the bylaws and the policies?
I think it would be good just to have a motion, just to direct staff to work with them, just in light of the first
Okay.
motion, because on its own, we would just require them to do the paving.
Okay.
So it's just good to make that connection.
Okay, perfect. Councillor McDonald?
I would like to make said motion.
Okay. Seconder? Councillor Sudnick?
Do you need me to pull Charlie?
Any discussion? Oh, we'll wait for Brenda. Is there any discussion? No? Maybe, yes.
I'll wait for the boss to tell us.
Okay.
We're waiting for Brenda to write out the motion to defer.
We're just putting the pressure on her. Oh. We were just breathing. Well, we're just breathing, to calm things down in here.
Got very zen
We're good?
for about 2 minutes.
We're good? Okay, I'll call that motion to vote.
Can Brenda read out the motion for Charlie's sake?
Yes, through your worship. The motion is to direct staff to work with the owner to defer the paving requirement until budget decision is made.
For his parking lot.
Yeah. Good? Sorry, I forgot you weren't here for the motion part, Councillor Parslow. Am I good, Brenda? Okay, the vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 7.3 letter from Brennan Hammer, President, DC Wildcats Basketball Club, sent on or received on May 11th, 2023 regarding a request for financial support. Councillor Parslow?
says the type of support is not specified, right? It talks about travel costs being significant. So I'm wondering if there can be more specificity from staff. Do you know anything more about this?
I think it was just a generic letter that looks like it was sent to a lot of organizations. It wasn't directed specifically to the city of Dawson Creek, or did we discuss it with them? So, yeah. Sir Parslow?
Well, just, I mean, these, if I can call them court games, volleyball, basketball, there may be others I'm missing. They have great numbers of people taking part. I mean, volleyball, I don't know. I mean, this is a significant number of people. Volleyball, likewise. But in the absence of any, we don't seem to have any policy that frames dealing with requests like this. I mean, we know that we support sports that involve ice through the provision of arenas and so on. We do support soccer to a very small degree, in that maintaining a field is not so costly as an ice surface. But I'm not sure if we support these other sports any other way other than we do have this new flooring that council has approved a storage facility for that would be put down in some of our facilities during off-ice times, right? But I like, when we have requests like this, I think sometimes it'd be good to really think, now what is it we're going to, what is our policy, what is our program of support? Because I hate ad hocery. You know, it's not a way to govern an organization. So I'm just, I would like very much to support this type of recreation. They're usually low cost, but I think we need a framework possibly for doing so. Thank you.
Kevin?
So through your worship, just a little bit of background. Just I know recent councils that have had similar requests. I remember a discussion being that they were much more interested in supporting sporting events that were coming to the community versus teams that were leaving the community. And I mean, that's maybe doesn't fit every situation, but this one, like Councillor Parslow indicates, is pretty generic. I think it's not specific to council. I think it's a fundraising letter that probably went to a number of, businesses and otherwise. But like I said, I know previous councils were more supportive of groups like this that might be hosting events and bringing people to the community and that sort of framework. But we do not have that. I'm aware of any specific policy around it, and it's really a case by case for council to consider.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, were you going to make a motion?
No.
Okay, I'm going to call a motion because it's kind of a clear request. If it's something we're interested in looking at funding different teams, then we can do that. If not, we can.
My question will relate to that, if I can just get an answer to that. Thank you. As Councillor Parslow mentioned, we support ice sports through the facilities. We're able to help them financially with our facility costs and that. These court sports like basketball, like volleyball, etc., when they need courts in our community, do they discuss that with us, like our school courts? Or is that through the school district itself?
Yeah. So through your worship, I would assume that they'd be dealing with the school district as it's their facilities. I mean, we have a joint use agreement, so we can run our programming with those schools. But if it's club volleyball or whatever, that's not our program. So they would be dealing with the school district on that request, I believe.
Right, they're court, so we have nothing to do with usage or, I'm sorry, I turned my mic off, but
Yeah.
we have nothing to do with usage, fees, et cetera. That is all strictly the school district. Just because I'd heard in our community that the city doesn't do enough to support these court-type sports athletics by not providing court time, but that's not even our wheelhouse, that's not our lane, that is strictly the school district's lane.
It is, because it is their facilities.
And we would not be able to help them with financial assistance that way. Okay.
I'm going to go to Councillor Earl just because he hasn't spoke yet. And I need a motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we receive this letter for information.
I have a second. Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on receiving it for information? No. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I guess one, just before I move on, Kevin, is that something that as a committee of the whole we could bring for discussion one day, is just about groups and organizations and what our vision and plan, or is it something that's just case by case as they come in?
So through your worship, we would definitely need some direction, I think, to develop a policy around that, because there is so many variables.
Yeah.
I really do think a lot of it is you might have some overarching philosophies on it, but like you said, there's just so many unique, requests that are going to be out there. It might be hard to cover it off in a policy.
There's a lot of letters that come in, so, okay, thank you. All right, next, 7.4, we have email from Julia Doughton, copywriter and content creator, JYZ Design, sent on May 12, 2023, regarding the request to promote rural tourism funding with Discover West Tourism. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we receive this for information.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Anybody against receiving this for information, or any discussion about receiving it for information? Councillor Earl.
Just to be clear, the only ask in this letter is that we put it on our website to notify people about the funding opportunity. So there's, other than the staff time, there's no hard cost. Okay, I'll probably vote against it for information and move that we grant the request.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
I was on par with Councillor Earl there. I'd like to answer the request.
Okay. I was kind of under the same understanding that I think it's something that we should look into, because if there's a benefit there and no cost to us, maybe it is something we should look at. So I'll vote against it too. So any other discussion? No? All right. I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it was defeated, but all opposed? Okay. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that we grant the request in the letter.
Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it was carried. It's flashing really quick on my screen. Next order of business, 7.5, we have an email from Joe Judge, South Peace Senior Secondary School Reunion Committee, received on May 16th, 2023, regarding a request for RV camping June 8th to 11th, east of the Lakota Agriplex. Councillor Parslow?
I move that we grant this request.
Second. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion. Councillor Earl?
Two things, Your Worship, just through you to staff, assuming that this is comparable to previous similar request. I mean, not this specific event, obviously. It's not an annual event, but we've done similar things like this in the past.
Yes, through your worship, we have for various groups.
And secondly, and this going back to the Kiwanis Trade Show this last weekend, because I was having a chat with someone who's going to be attending this reunion, and they were grabbing themselves a copy of the visitor guide we had available, and they made the suggestion that we ensure we provide those coming to town for this event with their own copy of the visitor guide, so they'll know what's going on in town when they're here.
Sure.
So just wanted to pass that along.
Perfect.
We can do that.
I had just, is there any other comments on it? Well, I had one. I just, I think this one from Joe is, there was some previous discussion around it and it went forward. And I know we have some groups that use that piece of property for RV. I think we might have to look into this a little bit more. Like, I'm fine with this, we'll vote in favor of it. But when you have private entities in our community, like Tubby's RV Park, Mile Zero Park Society, and then there's one just in the regional district, which is part of our community as well, that is in the business of RVing. I think we got to be a little bit careful that we're not competing. I think this one is a lot bigger and larger that they wouldn't be able to accommodate, but I think there's talk about 500 for this, but I just think it's something that we need to keep in mind. We don't always want to be just opening that up to groups because there's other people that have invested a lot in our communities, and I definitely don't want to be in the competing business with them. So that was my only thought around it. I know this is a larger one and wouldn't accommodate them, but I think we need to keep that in mind when we're having these future ones. So, but anyways, I will call this motion to vote if there's no more discussion. Vote is closed, and it's carried. There, it's back to our speed now. Or my speed, I should say. Slow. 7.6. We have a letter from Les McLaren, Assistant Deputy Minister, Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, received on May 17th, 2023, regarding an invitation to participate in providing feedback regarding policy framework for cryptocurrency mining in BC. Councillor Parslow, are you going to?
Move that we receive this for information.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Earl? Any discussion on receiving for information? Councillor McDonald?
I'd like to see us actually instruct staff to participate in this. I think with at the NCLGA, we did the tour of the old LP plant in the Chetwynd Regional District there. And as that is actually a property we gain taxes from, and they have a desire to begin crypto mining on that property, it would be beneficial to us to be a part of those discussions.
Thank you. Kevin, what are your thoughts? Because that would be...
So through your worship, I'll be the first to admit I know very little about crypto mining. But if council feels there's some importance for us to be involved in the policy development, I have some staff that are far more technically advanced than I am that I can certainly free up some of their time.
Okay. I know this, I don't know if this speaks to it being received for information, but I know that there was a moratorium put on this as well, wasn't there? So the BC government is working on this, so. Okay. I will call this motion to vote to receive for information. The vote is closed. It's carried. There's 2 opposed, Councillor Kempf and Councillor McDonald. Next, 7.7, we have a letter from David Eby, Premier, received on May 24th, 2023, regarding invitation to request meeting with the Premier of BC or Cabinet Ministers during the 2023 UBCM convention. So actually the next 2 deal around this, 7.7 and 7.8. So I think we had till the end of June to get a request in. I think it was June 20th. So I'm wondering if it makes sense to defer these 2 to the next meeting, and then we can have council could have some time to put a list together of which ministers. Brenda, did you want to?
Yeah, through your worship, I know that we are usually in a bit of a rush to get our requests in early for these meetings.
Okay.
That's all the information I wanted to share.
Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I was just going to echo your sentiment. I think it's worth having an opportunity to workshop who we want to meet with during either a committee of the whole or something like that. But I know, obviously, there's some obvious ones around the Ministry of Local Government, Health, probably the Attorney General. But I would like to have a more robust discussion with my colleagues to figure out, so we're not just, throwing out a list and then show up to a meeting and not have a specific goal in mind.
Yeah, when is our next council meeting?
June 12th.
June the 12th. Can we defer to June the 12th? Because we have, their letter is June 30th, so then council could bring a list of maybe possible ministers that they want to discuss. That also leaves me some time to the Peace River Regional District as well as doing this, so I can see who they're meeting with, so we're maybe not, if I'm going to be sitting in one representing the regional district on one, we can work together, so. Councillor Parzo, did you want to?
Well, all I would plead for is that we have some specificity. It's quite embarrassing what to be at these meetings and it's very fluffy. What is it that we really want to talk about?
Yeah.
Some topics it is clear, but some topics when my colleagues and I were at some of it, I sensed, gee, what are we really here for, right? So I would like us to have some substantive stuff rather than just very generalized. It's seemingly meaningless.
Yeah.
So I would like to move that we defer discussion until the June 12th meeting of council.
Okay. And then allow, maybe in the meantime, if council can put together lists on which ministers and why, and points on what they would like to see discussed with them, so that we can have that discussion then, so we can, all decide on which ministers we want to request. Do I have a second to defer? Councillor Sudnick. So this was for 7.7 and 7.8, correct? Councillor Parcel? Okay. Any discussion on deferring? No? Good. We'll call this to vote. And the vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 7.9, letter from Kathy Tubb, grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on May 3rd, 2023, regarding the request for certified resolution for NDIT application for the art gallery entrance up to $500,000. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application to the Northern Healthy Communities Fund through the Northern Development Initiative Trust for a grant of up to $500,000 for the art gallery entrance upgrade.
I have a second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. So May 29th, back to order. Now I'm starting to lose it. 8 reports. 8.1, we have report number 23-074 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review. Councillor Earl.
I'll move recommendation number 1, that report number 23-074 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review be received. Further, that the 4 policies identified for review in the May 29, 2023 meeting be considered individually.
I have a second. Yeah. Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote, or any discussion? I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Earl, did you want to keep going?
Sure. Recommendation number 2, move the motion that the green operating practices policy for municipal buildings be referred to staff to bring back a report to council regarding the pros and cons of amending the policy to provide an increased consideration to accommodate electric vehicles within the city's fleet, which would include a direction to the city's grant writer to proactively search for applicable grant funding.
A second. Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Oh. Do you need me to close it? Brenda? Do you want me to close the vote, Brenda? Or? Yeah? Okay, I'm just going to close it and wait for Brenda. We're good now? Okay, I will call that vote, or that motion to vote. That's all good. And that was carried. All right, does somebody want to go on recommendation number 3? Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation number 3 that the green vehicle policy be referred to staff to report back to council as to whether or not this policy is currently being followed, and if so, to provide any recommended updates for council consideration.
Second, Councillor Sudnick. I guess just to add something to these, when I was going through, when we were reviewing all the policies, there was just these 2 in there about green vehicles, and they've been implemented actually for like some time, and I didn't know if we were actually following them, so that's why I wanted to bring it back. So just to give a bit of an update why they're here. Any discussion? No? I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Recommendation 4. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation number 4 that the authority and responsibilities of council and the chief administrative officer policy be referred to staff to prepare an amendment to the policy to indicate that council forms a strategic plan for the city at the beginning of every term instead of on an annual basis. Further, that the chief administrative officer provide an update at regular council meetings on any progress made.
Have a second? Have a second. Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor McDonald?
I would just ask, should we add in there, though, that you have the opportunity to reopen the strategic plan midterm if something catastrophic happens that changes our strategic goals?
I think we would review it, would we not? Like, we wouldn't change it, but you could refresh it if, I don't think that prohibits that from happening.
So through your worship, no, I agree. It is a bit of a live document. I mean, if you took the example that we were able to, accomplish a lot of the priorities that were established, and we still had 2 years in the term, obviously council would still want to have some other things that would come up. So I think it's always under review, and I think there's always that opportunity. Now, if you want to put some specific language in there to that effect, that would be fine as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think in the current policy, it states that it's done annually, right? So that's why it was just kind of more clarifying that, so, okay. Any other discussion? No? Good, all right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation number 5 that the council remuneration policy be referred to staff to research and prepare a report regarding the pros and cons of amending the annual remuneration adjustment for the annual consumer price index for BC plus 1% to the average adjustment provided to BC General Employees Union within the Peace Region.
Do I have a second? Councillor Parslow? Councillor Parslow second, and Councillor Parslow speaking. Oh, you were just seconding, okay. Councillor Earl.
Invite me to speak.
No, well, you pushed your button, so I thought, yeah.
I think you know the reason for this.
Counts.
So it's-
I would welcome
Need to
Councillor
reiterate.
Parslow's insight onto why he put this forward.
You seen how big our agenda was, hey, Councillor Earl?
How many minutes
Councillor
do I have
Parslow?
to speak on this?
Can you start the timer at 30 seconds, please?
Past councils over the many decades have had studies done on their remuneration, only to then, and it cost in five-figure amounts every time, only when it gets too hot and if an increase to ignore the recommendation in their previous policy. So I thought that it would be more of an even keel if we anchor it to a local bargaining regime. It might not it might not become so hot that council wants to ignore its policies as it has done, or the advice of the committees at great cost to taxpayers. So this would reduce the need for forming a community committee, and it might lessen the ignoring of their policy and then a catch up because everybody else is getting so much more. So it's that's why.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. You did go over your 30 seconds too, by the way. No, just kidding. Yeah, so I was kidding. All right, I will, Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I just wonder, and just as a devil's advocate kind of deal, does this create a conflict of interest in the future for future councils in their direction of negotiation towards union contracts?
I wouldn't know if it would because it's it's clear in here that it's the whole Peace region.
And we don't have BCG.
Yeah.
No?
No, we few people keep.
Okay.
No, good
Yep.
question.
Yeah. All right, I will call,
No, go for it.
I will call this motion to vote.
Report comes back. Plenty of time then.
I called the motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next we have 8.2, report number 23-073 from the corporate officer regarding city liaison policy amendment. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-073 from the corporate officer regarding city liaison policy be received. Further, that the following text be added to the city liaison policy. The mayor has the opportunity to amend city liaison appointments on an annual basis or as otherwise required. Further, that the policy manual be updated accordingly pending a successful 30-day comment period.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald? I guess I can speak a little bit to this, the reason why it was kind of brought forward. I think the current policy states at the beginning of each term, where I was more under the impression like I'd like to switch council and all of us what we're doing, maybe annually or every 2 years, we'll see. But so that was why. I will call this motion to vote if there's no discussion. Waiting for one more. Vote is closed. It's carried. One opposed, Councillor Parslow. Next, 8.3, we have report number 23-077 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding liability claims policy and overdue taxes policy. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 23-077 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding liability claims policy and overdue taxes policy be received. Further, that liability claims and overdue taxes policies be repealed.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Ooh. Vote is closed. It was carried? Okay. Next, we have 8.4, report number 23-090 from the facility manager regarding arena advertising policy. Councillor Sudnick?
I'll move that report number 23-090 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding arena advertising policy be received. Further, that the arena advertising policy be rescinded. And further, that staff be directed to use the rescinded policy as a guide for the procedure to manage the arena advertising in-house.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
We often hear about staff being overworked. Why are they taking this on? Is it just so we can correct some deficiencies? I've never heard any issues associated with what we have been doing over the many years now.
So through your worship, the current contract was up. The current individual that held the contract was not looking to renew. And at the same time, we were talking internally about the opportunities, realizing that it was a relatively small amount of effort to realize $20,000 to $25,000 worth of revenue. So it seemed like a very logical thing to take on.
So why didn't we do this earlier?
I think there may have been a time earlier that we did, and it was before I wasn't involved with that. But my understanding is we may have at one point, and then for some reason, we decided to move that out, outsource it. I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Councillor Earl.
What thought have we given how this may put us in a position as a municipal government where we're competing with other organizations that sell advertising and sponsorship directly, and to the degree that we may be disadvantaging them?
So through your worship, I guess how is it different than what we're currently doing, to the fact that we're just a different person on the other end of the phone looking for the advertising, I guess, and that's a question I'm just not sure.
With that, though, there is a wall of separation between the government and the negotiation and the contract and the perception of who they're dealing with, right? I mean, we have, through the event center, they've got a corporate salesperson who does the advertising, what have you. I mean, when the Arc Christian Youth Center goes out for sponsorship, and essentially that's what sponsorship is, the difference between a donation and a sponsorship is advertising. Yeah. I just, to his worship's point earlier with respect to the campsites, is we're competing against private enterprise in some respects. I just, if we're going to get back into this and do direct sponsorship sales, what consideration have we given to the fact that we might be, there's an available pot of money in the community available for sponsorship. We're the government, they're not, and we're competing for the same pot of money.
Yeah, well, it's a valid point. I would say I had not considered that perspective. I guess I viewed it as we have a number of sponsors in the arena, and it would be simply calling them up and seeing if they wish to renew that same sponsorship, as they would recognize there's value in that sponsorship to have their advertising on those boards in there. So should we get some feedback to the contrary, then I guess we think about it differently.
Okay. Yeah, just something, it occurred to me, I see the value in it, and certainly in capturing more revenue, I'm not opposed to it, but it does, if I were somebody who was in the business of raising sponsorship for my nonprofit or my facility, that's something that just occurred to me that I thought it might be worth kicking around.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? Councillor Sadiq, no. I had a couple that just made me think of a few things, but one I had before this discussion we just had was, did we move a motion a while ago about a naming rights policy? Like, would that be something that would be similar to this, or was that, I can't remember where that was at, sorry.
Yeah, so through your worship, you directed staff to come back with, I believe, a list of facilities that would be appropriate that we could look at for naming rights. And so, I have staff working on that.
Okay. And then I guess just thinking a little bit about this, like we've heard from, I think, pretty much every user in these facilities that where these advertising would be done, like would there be a benefit to potentially looking at maybe having them run this program where, you know, instead of lowering ice times, like they take over the advertising as the similar contract, and then, you know, one person from figure skating, minor hockey, one from speed skating could sit on that committee, and they could, you know, a way to we're not competing then, but it also contributes to the users of that arena. Similar to, like, I know the curling rink is ran different because it's separate, but they have, you know, their advertising up there. And then just one other thing to add to that is I think in the past I remember the soccer fields talking about putting advertising up on the fences down there. Like, was that different as well, or what?
So through your worship, I believe that at some point they did do some advertising on the fencing down there to some degree. And it's interesting that you get into this third-party advertising discussion as well, right? And where we can, and I don't have the bylaw in front of me, so I don't know specifically, but we allow third-party advertising within the building. If it's outside, is it different? Those nuances I'd have to double check. The idea of having the user groups maybe take it on as a bit of a opportunity to raise money and help offset their expenses, I think is very valid. And I guess my only thing is, would we have to offer it up? I would maybe be skeptical or leery of just giving it to one group. We may have to offer it up because there may be numerous groups out there that may want an opportunity at it. I'd have to give that some thought and see what that could look like. But
Yeah,
if it's specifically to the users of the facility, then it limits it to really two.
Well, but then you would have like the Dawson, like the Canucks and
Yeah, you could have
Kodiaks and
you could have youth groups, you could have adult groups.
Yeah.
So you'd have to limit it to what council's focus is on that. But
to youth.
if that's something they want us to, you'd like us to explore, we could.
Okay, some good discussion. Any other discussion? I feel just from this dialogue, it would be tough to make a decision on this right now, that it might be beneficial. Would we, I guess if, you know, felt like we wanted to look at different directions, would we vote against this and then bring a new motion, or just defer this to have staff to look into it more?
So through your worship, if you want us to do something different, then you should defeat this motion and give us clear direction on what that something is.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Earl?
Question through you to staff, Your Worship. With respect to timelines, what are we look, because it's one thing if we need to reconsider this and give it some additional thought, but we also don't want that contracted revenue to fall by the wayside and these signs to be out of date and in limbo.
Right.
In the interim, so when does Mr. O'Dwyer's commitment to provide this service end? Do we know off the top of our heads?
Yeah, it's already
So it's already
expired,
done. So
yeah.
we're already effectively taken ownership of this particular portfolio for the time being.
Yep.
So would it be best then to, I guess, defeat this motion, make another motion saying, you know, we'll do this in the interim and then have a more robust discussion about it, or?
So through your worship, I mean, you have a bit of time. These are specifically with the arena, and there's nobody in the arena really
Yeah,
until September.
okay.
So we do have time.
Okay. Yeah, and it's not that I don't think, you know, staff would do a bang-up job of it. I do. There are some things, you know, when we as a government get into a new line of business, there's some considerations we have to take into, or some considerations we have to make, and I do think it probably warrants more discussion.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, another factor is reflecting on the draft strategic plan, and within that, Council's desire to support more, if you call it athletic tournaments within the community. How are we going to finance that? Presumably that we want to support it through some defraying of costs, or maybe even some other ways of doing it. But there's that one end of the thing. It does mean more expenditure, and at the same time, we're trying to reduce our expenditure so that we're not vulnerable to whatever happens with fair share. So there's the strategic thing going on there, pulling in two opposite directions. I mean, until we put some teeth onto some of that strategic planning stuff, and I'm thinking on particularly the promotion or enabling of tournaments here, we need to identify what we mean by that and how we're going to do it. This revenue from the advertising could be the funding source for helping sponsor some tournaments. So I think we should continue with in-house and have a wholesome discussion, because we may be looking for money to do what we want to do within the strategic plan. And you can't keep spending money and achieve financial stability in the community, or going to the taxpayers for more revenue. So you've got to balance it all out strategically and with the big picture, rather than looking at each thing as a separate box. It's not. Everything's interconnected.
I like that idea of, where then you could have that, city could have that fund, right?
I like
Different areas.
I think
Yeah.
you suggested, it doesn't matter who said it, we've adopted it, but it brings more events to the community.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor, was that all, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Earl? Thank you. No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't want to belabor the point because we do have a big agenda. But one thing I would say that we need to bear in mind, and this is going back to my time from selling sponsorships to the event center, is Dawson Creek and the South Piece is what's called an unrated media market. So in larger urban centers, whether you're selling sponsorship or radio or TV advertisements or billboards, there is a calculation they can do based on population and demographics that will tell you what roughly an advertisement is worth for tax purposes when you write it off. Here we don't have that. We're not big enough to justify it, so there's no specific market value. So when the city, and this is something we need to be mindful of, when the city charges $500 for a billboard, they are effectively setting the rate, because that facility, we're not doing that to cover the costs of running that facility or running our business. That facility is backstopped by taxpayer dollars. So if you're the gun club, for instance, that's looking for sponsorship, now the city has effectively, you're competing with a government entity that is able to set the rate for all intents and purposes of what your sponsorship is worth. So that's just one of those wrinkles that occurs to me as we have this discussion, but this is probably a bigger discussion, and I don't want to take up all our time.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Earl. Kevin, right now, if we're proposed, the way this is proposed to take over the funding, would that extra money just go into operations, or did you have plans for where that extra money, whatever you?
So through your worship, no, it would just go into general revenue, but Councillor Earl brings an interesting point, is if we were to back up and say, well, why do we have advertising in the arena? If we were giving most of it away to a contractor, we were obviously, in my mind, I'm sitting here thinking we weren't doing it for revenue purposes. It almost seems like there was a demand for these folks to want to advertise in the arena because they understand that there's eyes, right? So it's almost different than that sponsorship fundraising perspective, which is somewhat, we're trying to raise money. I don't know that that's the case as much as there was a demand for people wanting to advertise in our facility.
Yeah.
Because we obviously, the revenue wasn't that important to us because we were giving a good chunk of it away to a contractor that was facilitating the process.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm gonna call this motion to vote. Unless there was more discussion. Sorry, Councillor Parslow, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you have a burning?
I would suggest that revenue is very important to the city. Right? So, notwithstanding what you said, yeah, so why were we doing it? But that's history. Moving forward, we need every piece of revenue stream we can get hold of.
Yeah.
So I support this motion.
All right, is everybody comfortable on the motion and the discussion? I'm still feel a little undecided both ways, but I don't want to keep going on it forever either. I can defer it, but Councillor McDonald?
Just to give my 2 cents, I fully agree with Councillor Parslow that we want that revenue. We want it in-house. It's valuable to us and our strategic goal desires. The idea of trying to let user groups be in charge of the advertising, I think, is a Pandora's box of, okay, we invited you, but now the two over here ticked off that they weren't invited, even though they only use the facility once a month or biannually or something like that. It's just, where does the invitation to be a part of that start and stop? Right? I think in-house is the best, and we find a specific desire for that revenue and label it that it is for X strategic goal. That's what I'd like, and that's why I'd support this motion.
Okay, thank you. I think after hearing all the discussion, I think I'm going to support the motion as well. I think, yeah, I mean, once it's in-house, if we decide to do something later on down the road, it's in-house, so we can do that. So, but for now, this makes sense, so. If there's no other discussion, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Good discussion. Next, report 8.5, we have report number 23-083 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the permissive tax exemption policy. I was hoping I did never have to say that word again with Terry sitting across from me, but she had to throw it in there. Councillor Parslow.
Well, as this is one of my favorite topics, I'd like to move that report number 23-083 from the Chief Financial Officer, re permissive tax exemption policy be received. Further, I'm just playing games. Further, that option 2, Council approved the permissive tax exemption policy with the financial cap of 1% of the municipal tax levy from prior year as presented within this report.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl. Discussion?
I believe it's important to have a financial cap. The assessments can play havoc with things. And I do know if we've talked about this ad nauseum, we do have a high level of permissive tax exemption. And I think having a bit of a cap that isn't static, because the municipal tax levy will vary, probably go up every year. So it is, but it is some ceiling. So that's why I prefer option 2.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and I concur. When we set ourselves on this cursed path some years ago to revisit the tax exemption policy, for me, it was with a couple overarching goals in mind. Number 1, to cap or contain the subsidy with some and then to impose some measure of accountability on it for us as a governing board, so we could justify the subsidy to the public with some confidence. I think this policy does it. I don't know if it's passed and we're done with it, we should all have a good cry or what, but it's been a couple swings to try and land on something that was workable. I hope this is it, and if not, we'll have to get Terry back here from the island. But thank you for the work, and thank you to the public for sticking with us while we've gone through this. It's sometimes this is messy, and of all the subjects that come before us, this is probably one with the most gray area. How we quantify the value of a nonprofit's contribution to the community and what's that worth in the form of a subsidy is something I still would have a very hard time articulating, but we do, at the end of the day, have to come to a consensus and a policy, and this is what we're trying to do here.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Terry, if you're okay, I'm going to ask you to speak a little bit to it. I was on the phone with Terry for quite a bit last week about going through all of this, and once it was explained and I understood it for the 200th time, well, I thought, I'm actually more in favor of going without the cap. So I was just, and I'm not, Terry, not telling you to lean that way. I just wanted to, like, if you can, but if you can clear the difference, because we're not talking substantial dollars either way, and with the cap, it's substantially harder for our staff to move forward. I also discussed with her about getting rid of the whole permissive tax exemption policy, but that was a different part, because it's just so much in here for, in hindsight, it's been, 3 or 4 years we've been after it for, there is some value there, but yeah. So
through your worship, so my discussion with the mayor last week was on, one of the things was on the 1% cap. So the 1% cap, again, it's really tough because, again, it's a number that it isn't going to be realistic. So we're going to come up with the number in 2023, but it's going to be 2024 that we're granting the permissive tax. So again, you have no idea what assessment's coming in at. So your cap could be 200,000, but you might have granted 350 in permissive tax exemptions because you're not going to know until 2024. So that's why my initial recommendation is without the financial cap, because, I mean, you can still kind of get in a ballpark, but again, it's just never going to be accurate, because again, you're working off of prior year numbers. So for 2023, the cap's 199,000, I think. And so that would be for 2024's tax year, but if assessment doubles for everybody, your cap is blown, because it would be $400,000 now that you're granting, and it's very difficult because you're always working off of prior year numbers. And
for how much significance in revenue or value to the city is it? Like, for how much work goes into it? It's not a big number.
Another thing that I was saying is, when I go to do the budget, I don't account for any of the revenue from any of these permissive tax exemption organizations, because I don't consider it foregone revenue, because it's revenue that, in my opinion, we never really had, because they're providing community goods, so that's the trade-off. So it's not, I don't account for that revenue and then take it away. It's not foregone revenue, in my opinion. I mean, it is essentially foregone revenue, but again, it's what is council willing to do for organizations that provide community good.
And then without the cap, it's a little cleaner when it comes in here, because there's just categories, right? So whether you're 100% or 80 or 60.
There would in both policies. In both policies, yeah, they have the criteria with the 100%, 80%, 60%. It's just, it would be easier without the cap, less administrative. And another thing I just want to make aware is, in the financial cap, I didn't include places of worship or the city lease properties.
And then with a cap, what does that mean to the users of this program? Which is, it's more beneficial and easier for staff to do this without a cap. Financially, is there much difference to the end user?
No.
No.
I mean, the financial cap is for council, not for the users, really. Like this year, like I said, the cap was 199,000. This year we granted 171, not including churches or city lease properties. So we're under the cap. So again, if you had the cap, you would be using that 199 for 2024's tax year because the bylaws due October 31st.
So the cap is just a dollar figure.
The cap is just a dollar figure for council. So if council, say, wanted to grant everybody 100%, we would do the calculation based on, 2023's numbers. And if it was, say, it came in at $250,000, you would then try and bring it down by, granting some 80, some 60, getting rid of an organization altogether to get to the 200. But again, in 2024, the assessment comes in, and so you might have, if we granted 80%, that 80% might equate to $4,000 in taxes instead of, $3,000. So your cap is, it's really hard to explain, but your cap is prior year number when you're working on the next year's assessment.
And that's where it gets difficult?
That's where it gets difficult. I mean, it's not as difficult as the way we do it now with the thresholds, but it's still difficult. Because again, prior year numbers. Always working on prior year numbers.
I learn something every time we talk about this. Councillor McDonald. Thanks, Terry.
I think my question got answered there. Because I was under the impression the cap would be on the actual user groups, so that if we had a cap on there, like say with the golf course, we'd be in the same situation where all of a sudden their taxes doubled, tripled unexpectedly on them, and then they were left trying to figure out what they were doing, right? So if we had a cap on there, does that not alleviate that, right?
Terry?
So through your worship, yeah, it wouldn't alleviate it. Like if we said, so it would be similar to the policy that we have right now with the thresholds and it doesn't solve the issue because again, we don't know what their tax rate's going to be because we're guessing on what assessment's going to be. So even this year, I increased assessment by a percentage, but it still didn't make a difference for some properties that increased quite a bit.
And then without a cap, it's 60%, 80%. They know it. They get their assessment. It's easy for them to figure out.
Yeah. So through your worship, with the cap, it would still be 100%, 80%, 60%. We would just have to do calculations in the background and figure it out for you. But again, the cap is almost an imaginary number. Think of it as an imaginary number because you're setting it, but
if we don't have a cap, it's easy for them. If we don't have a cap, they don't have to come to us and say, well, what is my number? They can easily figure out their own number because they know it's 80%.
Well, the cap would be a total for council, not for the organizations. Unless you were if you were trying to put a cap, but again, then we would run into the whole threshold thing that we have with the current policy. So the one.
We exceed, sorry, I shut my mic off again. I want to shut up.
I do too.
But if we exceed that cap, we're suddenly going back against user groups saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, we exceeded our cap, so Devin, you and your group don't get it this year, or we've cut you back." So it's actually an unknown there because if we, as a city, exceed our cap, we're going back on these user groups. Whereas if we don't have a cap, the user group knows I am 80%. Bang. There's no question. There's no unknown there. It is what it is.
Yeah. And again, the way this policy, the proposed policy in front of you is, it's a 4-year cycle. So with council, I figured that worked out well. So you would grant, of course, whatever the organization's 180, 60% the first year, and you have the discretion every year to either change their allocation through the bylaw, but you're right. It does give organizations somewhat of
known.
Yeah, unknown.
It's known, right?
Exactly. So they know that they only will have to.
Budgetable, all
Yeah.
that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's more for the city too, and it's also funds that we never had before, right?
Right.
So, you know, if their assessments go up and it's still 60%, they know what they got to pay. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't have to
right.
come back to us and be like, well, we're only doing 200, but you know, it's
right.
funds that we've never had to begin
Just
with.
so it's simple for the users,
Yeah.
right? That's, I mean, the greatest goal there is to be simple, right?
For sure. And just so you're aware, I mean, finance will always let council know how much, you know, when finance goes through all of the applications and proposes what the organization should get and council approves it, that amount will be known to you based on 2023's numbers and assessment, but so you'll have some sort of idea on how much you are granting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Parslow.
So, as you know, I really quite admire the way the City of Fort St. John has handled its finances over several decades. And they've achieved what they've achieved through financial discipline. And the reason why their experience and our experience with permissive tax exemption has been somewhat parallel is you get new entities established within a community who qualify under the criteria for permissive tax exemption. So you're not dealing with the fact that, let's say, there's 3 organizations that qualify under, let's say, recreation and cultural, because it could be in another year it's 6. So let's take a wonderful program we have, ministries, networks. I believe it's been in existence maybe 5-6 years. Wasn't in existence before that.
Oh, I think it's been a while.
So they get established, do a wonderful job, and fully meet all the criteria. There could be another organization. And so slowly over the years, you get an increase in the number of organizations that qualify. And that's why it's gone up and up and up. Those who would favor the option 1, you need to remember that that is the very phenomenon that has caused the problem, because there is no boundaries. A cap establishes a boundary. Another vulnerability, and here Terry might kick me for doing this, but this the criteria provide an incentive. You know, I mean, if I want to, if I'm only qualifying at 60%, there's a pathway described in there to reach 100%. And so there's a bigger exemption if I move from 60 to 80 to 100. It can get out of control. And that's why I think a cap is good. This is how much we're prepared as a community in a dollar value to provide exemption, permissive tax exemption. That's why I chose option 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald.
On that basis, new entities are new taxes.
Could be.
Right? So it's not like we're taking money out of the pot. We're just not adding more money into the pot, right? And the pathway to incentive, you know, the incentive pathway to get to 100% is to provide a greater service to our community. So I see value in any organization that's going to provide those services to our community, right? And if we're creating new entities that want to be a part of those criterias, again, providing those services to our community, I don't see an issue with that, right? we're not taking from the pot, right? We're just not adding to the pot, but we're adding to the quality of life in our community and the services that are provided by entities, right? That's why I would support number 1 over number 2, right? We're not limiting, we're not taking away from Johnny and Jack just because Susie's a new kid on the street. Well, Susie's here, so now you get less, right? Well, Susie's here. She's also providing a great service, so I put her on the same footing as John and Jack, right?
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I'm kind of on the same. I think this is another thing with some great dialogue back and forth on both of them, but I'm, like Networks Ministry that Councillor Parzo brought up is, they're an organization that came to our community that is providing to the most vulnerable, and I don't believe in, that there should be a cap to them. Like they're not a business. So when we are, asking for 20 or 60% from them, that is coming out of our economic part of our community, and it's taking from that. It's not like they have, or Nowakin, right? Like these groups are not, they don't have endless funds. So when they need $10,000 to pay a tax bill, they're coming to the residents of Dawson Creek in a roundabout way. We're paying it that way. So that's why I'm also in favor of 1, and I agree with both, and the dialogue's been great. So, but yeah, I am going to call this motion to vote. I feel like we've been had a lot out there. So. The vote is closed. And it's
Motion defeated.
defeated. Tied 3 against Councillor Kemp, Councillor McDonald, and myself. Somebody like to make another motion?
Yeah, drama. You knew it would be like this, Terry.
Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-083 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding permissive tax exemption policy be received. Further, that option 1, council approve the permissive tax exemption policy without the financial gap as presented within this report.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Would you like to speak to this? I guess the one big thing for me on with or without a cap is we're, in either way, the city is still in better shape and we're still receiving revenue. So we're not saying we're no to revenue with this one. We're just saying that, we don't think it needs to be capped. If in 2 years there's 22 more networks, ministries, or Nowakin that open up, and are giving more services, and then it's like a really huge number, we could look at it again, but it's still organizations and groups that are filling a need in our community for the most vulnerable. So Councillor Earl or Terry, did you? Okay.
I'd love to listen to what Terry had to say.
I'll go to Terry
before I
first.
speak.
Through your worship, I just want to reassure Councillor Parr. I know that you're for the game. Yeah. Well, and all of council, but so the. Just, I know that's okay. So, again.
Dim mercy.
Could somebody dim the lights?
Light some candles.
Something. So I know you're not for the not having a cap, but there still will be, controls in place. So it's not going to get out of hand. Unless assessment doubled, you probably still wouldn't hit the 199 next year if you granted, permissive tax exemptions. So I get where you're coming from, but it's still going to be controlled. Like, it's not like the city's going to give $400,000 in tax exemptions. Because again, when finance brings it to council, you will know. So at that time, you can use your discretion and decide, if everybody's at 100%, you could go through the criteria again and be like, well, maybe they should just get 80%. So, I mean, you essentially will somewhat be able to, but with the 1% cap on the tax levy, it really does limit. Like if you want to give networks, 100%, or Nowakin or whatever organization you want to give 100%, and you're way above a cap, it just limits you. Like the mayor was alluding to, the cost of the community good to foregone revenue for the city. So we will still totally keep an amount in mind. I'm trying to put your mind at ease a little bit, but I don't think I'm doing a good job.
Thanks, Terry. Just Councillor Parslow. Councillor Parslow. Councillor Parslow.
Ball's in my court. Thank you, Terry, for the explanation. And although I would have preferred option 2 with the cap, I think option 1 is still a dramatic improvement over the existing policy. My one concern, which is a concern I think Councillor Parslow articulated, is as more properties get added to the exemption roll, they get pulled out of our regular inventory of taxable properties. And there's always the fear that that's going to escalate. And we may eventually, someday, some council in the not too distant future may have to revisit that around caps. But at the risk of Councillor Parslow accusing me of flip-flopping, I will support the motion on the floor because I do think it is a dramatic improvement over the existing policy, and I'd rather get 80% of what I want than 100% of nothing. So,
thanks, Councillor Earl. Is there any more discussion? No? I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. 1 opposed. Councillor Parslow. All right, I'm going to break for lunch. Come back at 12:35 for Monday, May 29th. Back to order. Our next order of business is 8.7, report number 23-093 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2023 investment update. Didn't I skip to 8.6? Oh, all right, I'll take that back. Our next order of business is 8.6. Report number 23-078 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2022 Statement of Financial Information. Sophie. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move report number 23-078 from the CFO of the 2022 Statement of Financial Information be received. Further, that the 2022 Statement of Financial Information be approved as presented.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Discussion. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Oh.
Make a note. The public, Sophie is always garners a lot of public attention. It as it should. We are ultimately accountable to the public. But I do want to, once again, and I think we did this when we got the financial review from the accountants, but thank staff for their effort in helping put these reports together. And, urge the public, if you do have any questions, please reach out to us or Kevin. And, it is our job to speak to them. So thank you once again to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. All right, I will call this motion to vote. If there's no other discussion.
I was going to offer up Kevin's phone over there for a second.
Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business is now 8.7, report number 23-093 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2023 investment update. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation that report number 23-093 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2023 investment update be received for information.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Any discussion on receiving it for information?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to commend Terry and her amazing team in the Finance Department for a very successful first 4 months of investment with the city's funds. You're doing an amazing job, and you will be surely missed in our city.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I completely agree with Councillor McDonald saying, and I think that's unanimous across the board here that we feel that way. So thank you, Terry, and we will enjoy your last week. So, all right, any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business is 8.8. We have report number 23-080 from the corporate officer regarding the 2022 annual report. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-080 from the corporate officer regarding the 2022 annual report be received. Further, that the Dawson Creek annual report for 2022 be made available to the public for review and comments. And further, that the June 26th be designated as the annual meeting at which time council will receive any input from the public before considering final approval of the 2022 annual report.
Have a second, Councillor Sudnick. Discussion. Councillor Earl.
Well, I would only, and for the benefit of anybody who might be watching live on Facebook and around the world, highlight that we had one person show up to our public budget consultation and give feedback. And I think we had just over 26% voter turnout in the last election. And I guess it's just my periodic plea to the members of the public to take an active interest and engage and reach out. Trying to make these decisions in a vacuum without your feedback is not fun or enjoyable. We do rely on the public's involvement to ensure that we are, moving the city's agenda forward in a meaningful way. So here's an opportunity, yet another opportunity to engage and give us your thoughts. And I would just urge anybody watching within the sound of my voice to do so.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Just before I call this to vote, I just wanted to put a thank you out to the team with the city for putting this together and all their, work, challenges, and accomplishments over the last year. And I look forward to today and the future and moving forward. So I'm very excited about where we're going. So thank you to everybody at all levels. Was there any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.9, report number 23-082 from the General Manager of Development Service regarding the Community Hub. Councillor Camp.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-082 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding Community Hub be received. Further, the Community Hub project be brought back to Council in a future Committee of the Whole session for further discussion.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Kevin, did you want to touch on this before we get into discussion, or?
So through your worship, just thank you, Devin, for pulling this information together. And as council will see, that the concept that we were originally, I guess, envisioned is a little bit more than what we maybe first anticipated. So I think that's why it's a good opportunity or why we're recommending to come back to committee of the whole. This report gives council a bit of time to think about it. Think about if this is still a project you want to pursue or if you want to do something different. And then we can start to shape that as we move towards the budget process in the fall. We have money in the budget now, allocated. So if there was something that came up later this summer, the council had a concept and they wanted to start doing some pre-planning, we do have money that we could start on that. And that's really the process that we recommend for successful delivery of a project. Is really year one is that scoping budgeting, that first phase, and then you can really establish a much more accurate budget, and then you move into the tendering and construction phase, so.
Yeah, thank you. I think too, we did set aside 1.25 million for this project, but I think 500 of that was a grant, so it was actually just over 700,000, but we kind of thought that it might come over, but I agree that it maybe gets brought back to committee of the whole to discuss, and then also too with our strategic plan, if that moves forward, like we should look at the bigger picture of, if this is a community gathering place or what we look at down there. So I agree with bringing it back to committee of the whole and having some more discussion around it. And it's tough to reinvest that much money into something new when we have a lot that we need to upgrade, and I think that needs to be a priority. So Councillor Parslow.
I was just wondering how many councillors have actually explored the Festival Plaza in Fort St. John. You have? Yeah, good. You have? Yeah, it's certainly transformed the community.
Yeah.
Multifunctional, good location. You might want to, if you're around, have a good look around. That community needed it for sure.
Yeah.
But it is so multifunctional that it attracts lots of different things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a great job. And so Edward Stanford, who was here, I think Devon in his report, I don't have your report up because I read it several times, but, does say that Edward has had a lot of knowledge base about that. Yeah. So he's a good local resource as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Just keep in mind that this is, we're putting this forward to committee of the whole, so if there's something to discuss about the future, but we'll wait till then, but something on the motion, we can have that now. So Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I might need to wait, but I was just curious why there was an allocation for an ice resurfacing machine for this. I thought we would have used the Zambonis from the Kinna Memorial Arena for something like this.
So through your worship, I think, and storage, is it just a storage space? Yeah. There is also, we've talked, we're not going to be able to bring that ice machine over back and forth multiple times a day. It's, just access and then tracking materials. And so that concept might be a bit of a challenge too, but I think if we have the storage, we've got the room, and then maybe if we were to build this facility into the future, when we replace a machine, maybe you've got an extra machine, maybe you're able to put it in there, it's an allowance for it into the future, so.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.10, report number 23-075 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding a request for COVID-19 monument. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-075 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding a request for COVID-19 monument be received. Further, that staff be directed to notify Mr. Palmer that Northern Health is not interested in a COVID-19 monument at the new hospital site, and that the city has decided to take no further action regarding this matter.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? I just had one comment around it. Like, I know we had the park benches and stuff and plaques throughout Kin Park. Like, that would be something we could just recommend or let Mr. Parmar know that, if that's something he's interested in, in putting a bench in, his mother's name or whatever, that, we have policy in place for something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's other things that can be done. And we can certainly inform them of that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.11, report number 23-076 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding sewer connection agreement amendment. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-076 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding sewer connection agreement amendment be received. Further, that the April 20th, 2023 contract amendment proposed by the Peace River Regional District to update the discharge fee in the agreement to refer to the city's fees and charges bylaw be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Sudnick, second. Any discussion? No. We'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I think my problem is I don't know if we've hit double digits in reports before. I'm like, next we have 8.12, report number 23-085 from the Deputy Fire Chief regarding fireworks at outdoor events when fire bans are on in place. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-085 from the Deputy Fire Chief regarding fireworks at outdoor events where fire bans are in place be received. Further, that the use of fireworks at outdoor events be prohibited at any time there are fire bans in place by the Prince George Fire Centre that prohibit the use of fireworks. And further, that when there are no fire bans in place at the time of an event, that fireworks be permitted as long as the event organizer has submitted a fire safety plan that has been received approval from the Dawson Creek Fire Chief prior to the event.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, just through you to staff. So I'm fine with this policy and voting in favor of it. Just a question maybe, and I don't need an answer now, but could be passed on to the deputy. Generally speaking, when we have issues with fireworks being used in an unsafe fashion, it's not somebody who's applying for an event permit and putting, I'm wondering, can we really enforce this? And when was the last time someone was actually fined for, caught, fined, disciplined, what have you, for unsafe use of fireworks?
Right. So through your worship, this discussion really started when, a few weeks back, when all the fires broke out up north. And the topic of the fall fair came up. And that was really what we were thinking, is that even with a permitted event, something could still go awry. And we were saying, I think it was when the fire bans came on and they said they were on until October 15th or until they rescind them, right? So there's a possibility, if things continue, that we will have fire bans on until October. It would be fair to get some direction from council so we in turn can let the organizers of the fall fair know that if the fire bans are still on, that we would not be able to permit, if this was passed, them to have the fireworks display.
Okay.
Because I think the liability, if the conditions were to remain the same as we have today, essentially, I think it would be irresponsible for us to allow a large fireworks display in a large grassy, dry field to occur. So that is really why we're trying to get in front of it, and so we don't have the issue of the organizer saying, but I've gone out and got sponsorships, or I've spent the money already. So we wanted to try and be fair and upfront.
Yeah, no, and I get that. Just with respect to actually, addressing the issue of people shooting off fireworks like yahoos and causing issues. This is a different matter, kind of.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, that's always going to occur. And likely, like you said, you're never going to catch anybody with that. This was more directed at ourselves and the liability that comes with it, and not wanting to ensure, I guess, that we're not allowing it knowingly to occur on our property during a fire ban.
Fair enough. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
What about the sale of fireworks? Many municipalities don't allow the sale of fireworks within the boundaries of the municipality. Have you considered that?
Welcome, Todd.
Hey there. Good afternoon. Through your worship, we have signed off on the Fireworks Act, and it is actually in the Fireworks Act that sale of fireworks is prohibited.
In the city?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So anyone that obtains fireworks for big shows and that kind of thing, they have to go through the permitting and buy them from another reputable source.
So the question then is, does the regional district have that same stance? Because I can visualize fireworks in certain regional district retail outlets, not belonging to the regional district, but within their boundary.
So through your worship, yeah, I may have driven past those places as well.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what they have in there. So.
Yeah.
Might it be a suggestion that be explored? Because, the fires that we all suffered the smoke from were in regional district areas, right? Both sides, obviously some from Alberta, but I'm not saying that any of those fires were caused by fireworks, but given climate change and the increased incidence of periods of drought and increased heat, it might be wise, maybe you might want to consider talking about that at the regional district level.
Yeah, I could definitely bring it up with the chair.
Yeah, just a thought. But,
yeah. Well, and we have, with all these fires too, we haven't even hit fireworks season, right? So that's the concerning part. So, okay. All right, thank you. Thanks, Todd. Any other discussion? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 8.13, report number 23-089 from the facilities manager regarding installed drinking water fountains at the Harry Morrow Ball Diamonds and Paul Loiselle soccer fields. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-089 from the Parks and Facilities Manager be received. Further, the council directs staff to partner with the Peace River Regional District at 50% to install 4 new drinking water fountains at the Harry Morrow Ball Diamonds and the Paul Loiselle soccer fields using the funds from the surplus available from the Sedaton Hall Drainage and Curb Replacement Capital Project.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Just for some clarification, and then I'll maybe just add a little bit to this. I was talking with Chair Hebert from the Peace River Regional District about this over the weekend while I was gone, but he was down at the venue last summer a couple times and noticed there was a lot of families and grandparents hauling cases of water down there. So it was kind of his idea, proposed to have a water station there. He just seen them struggling, and it promotes healthy living. I did have, so that was a bit of an update from Chair Hebert. I did have one question just on the water fountains, and are these refilling stations, or are these fountains where you put your mouth on and drink? Okay.
Good afternoon, through your worship. They will be both.
Okay.
So there'll be a drinking fountain on the top, but there is a water refill station also. We can change it though to just water refill.
I guess my one thing about water, a fountain where you drink out of, does that not require a lot of sanitizing and maintenance and kids putting their mouths on it and fingers and hands? Where those fill stations are, you see them in all the centers, you just put your bottle in and fill, where I was just concerned, I don't know what our policy is around, how often do we have to clean that? And it feels like it's maybe a higher maintenance system. But yeah, I don't know if you know.
sorry, through your worship, when we first priced them out with a contractor to see how much it would cost to bring in and tie into the current existing lines, we looked at they priced out a general one, but we could, once we get into sending out for quotes and following the purchasing policy at that time, we can refine it working with Councilman McKeever.
Yeah, I think just thinking, Kevin, maybe through to you, is just the staff time that would go into like sanitizing and cleaning that versus just a fill station, but is what.
Yeah, so through your worship, we'll look at it, and we'll also just double check with Northern Health to make sure that there's not some issues from that side, but from simply an operational ease, we'll certainly go with what makes the most sense. And what I'm hearing from council is that we're not looking to incur a whole bunch of an additional operational expenses or demands, so which makes sense. So we'll certainly ensure that we go with the most efficient.
Okay, my last question, I guess, is this just tying into our like city water, or is it filtered or RO'd water through those machines, or is it just taking our already processed water and filling it? So no other things done to it?
No other things, your worship.
Councillor McDonald?
Well, thank you, Worship. Do we want to go further with this, though? And we have, the dog park. We're doing all the development around the Kin Park and that, where we have ball diamonds. We're going to put in pickleball courts, et cetera, like that. Do we want to do the same thing at the same time and install water fountains there? Instead of doing it piecemeal, we do it all at once and get a greater value for what we're doing, right? Do we go back to Leonard or PRD in their chair and say, it's a great idea, we love it, can we do it better and further?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow.
Well, I think that's the way to go. I'm a huge fan of the chair of the regional district. Appreciate his initiative and willingness to share on a 50-50. And I certainly think that what has been said about the pickleball area and so on, it would be interesting. But I just shouldn't help but wonder if this isn't going to be possibly the framework by which the regional district helps us with our swimming pools and ice arenas and so on. It might be a good starting point for further discussions with the regional district. Too low, you think?
I guess one other thing too I had just on this is there other communities that that do something similar, and how much are they utilized? Like I'm only speaking for myself, but I don't know the rest of the community. But if I'm going to like my son's soccer field, I bring water. Like I probably wouldn't use that because do you know how much they're used? Like to invest $25,000 or $50,000 is it actually something that people want? And I don't know if there's like other communities that have something similar that we could maybe just ask them, like, do they get used? Like, was it worth spending $50,000 or $100,000 to do that?
Through your worship, I didn't do any studies, but I certainly can look into it to other communities. I know Prince George has drinking fountains throughout their walking paths. I can ask them how they're used and if they're well received and what kind they have.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious. Obviously, I appreciate that, Chair Hebert and the regional district want to partner on this, and I'm not against partnering, but I just also, there is a cost to us as well. So I want to make sure we're utilizing our funds the best that we can and doing something that's actually needed or wanted, right? So are going to be used, but okay. Yeah, I guess. Does everybody feel we have enough information to vote on this, or should we defer this to get more information, or? Councillor Earl?
Well, I'm fine voting on it either way. I know Councillors McDonald and Parslow pitched the idea of expanding the existing initiative to include some other areas that might require it. So are we voting on this motion in isolation and then another one, or are we amending it, or are we just... I look for some direction from I'm fine to vote on it either way, but
So
I
through your
wanna make sure we
worship,
know
I
what we're
mean-
voting on.
The only motion you have right now is the one that's in front of you. So you have options.
Yeah, so we could vote on this motion, or I guess we could amend it to do a bit more research and look into if we want to do it in multiple areas throughout the community and have staff research the utilization and demand for it. Yes, Councillor McDonald?
So I'd like to suggest the amendment that a little more research with the possibility of expanding the project into other parts of the city.
The walking trail.
Walking trail,
Super.
dog park, pickleball courts. You know, we're trying hard to build that up as a community area, a high-use community area. Diverse usage, right? Be very worthwhile, I think, to have fountains there as well.
And also at facilities that are used every day.
Right.
Do I have a second for the amendment? Councillor Sudnick? Is that fairly clear? Yeah. Any discussion on the amendment? No? All right, I'll call the amendment to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Is there any discussion on the motion as amended? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried.
So through your worship,
Thank you,
just
Marina.
maybe I just ask that you reach out to Chair Hebert and just let him know what we're doing. And just in case, I don't know if he has an expectation that this was going to be installed, you know, sooner than later, I guess. And if we're going to do some additional research and come back with another report, that likely means that this is not happening this summer yet, because there'll be a decision either at the end of June or into July, which means construction, soccer season's over, ball season's over, all of that. So I just to make sure he understands what we're doing.
You want me to reach out to him?
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that. Thank you. Thanks, Melina.
Thank you.
Next order of business, we have 8.14, report number 23-091 from the Deputy Fire Chief regarding RFP 2023-11 Fire Department Radio Replacement. Department Radio Replacement. Councillor Sudnick?
I'll move that recommendation that report number 23-091 from the Deputy Fire Chief regarding RFP 2023-11 Fire Department radio replacement be received. Further, that council award RFP 2023-11 Fire Department radio replacement to Petron Communications Limited in the amount of $258,991.48, excluding GST.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Earl? Discussion? No discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.15, we have report number 23-094 from the Capital Project Manager regarding RFP 2023-03 Memorial Arena Slab Replacement, Design, Build, and Construction. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-094, from the Capital Projects Matter regarding Memorial Arena Slab Replacement, Design, Build, and Construction be received. Further, the Council award Memorial Arena Slab Replacement, Design, Build, and Construction to Spherica Group for $1.65 million, plus $412,500 contingency and GST.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, discussion, Councillor Earl?
Oh, no, I think that was on from the last time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, this is just a curious question, if you know what I mean. The contingency, who determines whether the contingency is necessary or should be awarded? How's that process work out?
I'll let Devin speak to that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Devin.
The contingency, through your worship, is generally based on best practices. Construction at this stage is 20 or 30%, which is where we're sitting on this project. That is also including, I believe, engineering costs as well in there. 25% contingency, sorry, there it is.
Yes, sorry, but my question was, how is so they've bid on this, 1.65. They've established the 412,500 contingency, right? Who makes the decisions that that contingency is required?
So through your worship, the contingency is not theirs, it's ours. So we are the ones that determine if and when it gets utilized and if the contractor gets it. It's to protect us. It's not a guarantee for them.
So in this case, you've applied 25%?
That's correct.
Which is, I understand all that.
Yeah.
So you decide whether it is needed.
That's right. If things arise and it's determined that they're legitimate expenses and need to happen, that happens with the project team. And we decide, yes, okay, we'll dip into the contingency and fund that.
Right. Okay. True.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I had one question. When I was away at that conference, there was a couple trade show vendors that had set up about net zero arenas, like ice surfaces. Do we know much about that, or have we ever looked into that? And just wondering, like, now the time for redoing it, if we have. But
so, through your worship, I know there was some discussions. I think Joe's had some initial discussions about some options, like solar options and those things as well, with another company. And again, just with that mindset that now might be the time. So I don't think we've gone very far down that, but we needed to get a proponent, and then we can start working with those individuals and see if there's opportunities and explore it, right?
So that doing this isn't preventing that down the road? Like, there's not other things that need to go in underground?
No.
Okay.
So if opportunities arise, there's processes to work with the contractor to, give us supplementary prices or whatever we can.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. I will call that motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business is 9 bylaws, 9.1. We have Equipment Pool Capital Reserve Fund Bylaw number 4556, 2023 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Sudnick, second Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 9.2, City of Dawson Creek Repeal Bylaw number 457, 2023 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion? We'll call that motion. That vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 9.3, Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw number 4558, 2023 for consideration of adoption. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? Well, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.4, we have report number 23-079 from the corporate officer regarding land sale bylaw number 4559 on 1017 99th Avenue. There's a recommendation. Do you want to read on that one? Sure. Councillor Sudnick?
I will move the recommendation that report number 23-079 from the corporate officer regarding land sale bylaw number 4559, 2023 at 1017 99th Avenue be received, And further, that land sale bylaw number 4559, 2023 be given first 3 readings.
Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next order of business is 10 mayor's business. So 10.1 mayor's update. First, the ESS Center. I just wanted to, I think everybody's obviously aware that our neighbors have, had some struggles the last couple of weeks with the forest fires, and we were requested to open our ESS Center, which I think was a couple Mondays ago. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Chelsea and the whole team that were down there. It brought everybody together. There was, everybody from our city team, but there was volunteers down there. There was also other municipalities that had people down there working. There was some of the First Nations groups were down there. It was really brought the whole community together, and it was just nice to see. And in times where people were in need, to have everybody come together. But Kevin and myself went down there the first night, and it was pretty late. But there was probably like 100+ people in there at that time, maybe more. But just to see that evacuation order, could only imagine what it does for people and their families and the chaos that puts them in, and how calm it was in there. It was, there was kids, there was families, and there was no panic. It was just very calm. So it was just, it just showed how well the team did down there. Like it was led, and from all the team that was there, it was very controlled. And I just wanted to give a huge shout out and also a thank you to Mother Nature for bringing some flood warnings to us for a couple days to help with that as well. So and then also too, I guess, to get into the flood as well, the following Monday we had Environment Canada contact us about the potential floods and the water that we had coming. So Kevin and the team were very on top of, being proactive. I felt like completely went above and beyond what the expectations would have been for us to do as a municipality, and just to really put us in a great spot if something significant was to happen. So I also wanted to thank them for that. I was just I don't know, it was nice to see that, we were ahead of the game, and, luckily the floods didn't come, so they put some fires out, which was great, and we didn't have to deal with much more than that here, so it was good. So I just wanted a huge shout out to everybody, and a thank you. Second mayor's project, I had, on May 15th, I went out again with Jessica Kimball, who does this on her own, showcases local organizations, local businesses in our community, and has me tag along to meet with them. And it's such an amazing time because it's very structured. We have 20 minutes at each place, but I get to meet with owners and organizations. That really make up a good part of our community. So we started off with LMV, which is in the regional district or in Poos, but Lucas, Mackenzie, Cole, and Ryan were out there. I got to meet with them, and they've built an amazing business over. I've known all of them for quite a while, but it's really impressive what they've done. And it was just nice to see out there. I've never really been inside their facilities, but it was just very nice to see what they've done. And they're very, they're smart entrepreneurs. They're very much about the area, the community, about growing. It was great to be out there and see what they do firsthand. After that, we went to our social and met with Emerge, which is Amanda. She does like the balloon decorating and that. So that was amazing as well. I've known Amanda for quite a while, actually. So it's just amazing to see what she did, and actually to learn more about her business and what she offers. It was pretty impressive. It's a lot more than just blowing up balloons. There's like a procedure, spraying it for they last. And it was just neat to see and, get to spend time with her. And then I went over to actually the chamber office. Kathy Levino opened an insurance company in there, so I got to meet with her and go through a little bit about what she offers and does. So that was great as well. And we went out to Co-op Cardlock, got a little tour of that facility, and it's pretty impressive actually with all their, you see it all when you're driving by their tanks and stuff, but to know how it actually works, and their storage room in the back, full of products and how much they support that oil and gas industry it was pretty impressive. So it was great down there, and the co-op has an amazing team at all their facilities. So we got to meet with all of their team down there. It was great. So, and then we went to the health food store. I got to hang out with Devin for a little bit. Me and Devin maybe have graduated together and go way back. So it was nice to visit with her, and there again, just a great asset to our community in person, and what she offers. She's definitely about, health and giving back. So that was great. And then we went to the Beardless Barber, Tanya and Amber, another, two great individuals that have businesses in our downtown that, do a great job and are very strong business ladies, and it was just nice to hear it. Knowing them for a while and just to see what they're about and how well they've done. It's just so amazing to see for our community. That was that for that one. I think I got another one actually next week as well. So it's just a great time, and I know I've said it before, but I really can't thank Jessica enough, because she doesn't do this for any other reason besides just giving back and wanting to showcase local businesses. And it's not just businesses. We've been to all different kinds of organizations and groups. So it's just really good. So trail system, I had a call with Randy Haviland, who just moved here a year ago, him and his wife. His wife works at the veterinary clinic, but they moved here. So we had a really good discussion about how it was nice to hear how happy he was with Dawson Creek and the trail connectivity and how amazing the trail is and the parks are set up. And but the conversation came from, he was asking about the trail in behind the mall and it connecting to the event center where it used to. So I told him, obviously that appreciated his input, and that it was part of our, could be part of our strategic planning moving forward. So it was something that we would, look at, and we're not sure what we would do there, but definitely appreciated his input. Central Mountain Air, I had a call with Douglas McRae, who's the president and founder of Central Mountain Air, a couple of weeks ago. It's just more, to build that relationship a little bit, but we definitely, talked about the services that they offer and about coming back into Dawson Creek. So there was a little bit of work that he had asked for some information. So we're just going to put that together, and then I'll have another meeting with him. And that industry is probably, out of any industry in the world, probably took one of the biggest hits in COVID. So they're still recovering and coming out of it slow. So he definitely appreciated the call. They been in Dawson Creek for 20 plus years before the previous provider came in. So they're very well aware of this. And he had some ideas and some, maybe some innovative ways that it would make sense for them. So I'm going to have further discussions with him. So I just thought I'd keep you in the loop on that. NCLGA and AGM and convention, we had that conference here couple weeks ago. I just, a few things with that. One, I just wanted to have a huge shout out to the organizing committee. Councillor Kempf and Councillor Earl sat on that board, to them, but also to the village or town of Chetwynd. Just a huge shout out to partner with them. It was very fitting. It felt like we were on the same page. It was just felt right to do that as a partnership. And then obviously I need to mention Fiona and Joe from our city staff, who put a lot of effort into that. And I get to see it with them, how much time they put into it. Not just while the event was here, but weeks and months leading up to it. So I just really wanted to recognize them, because without them, it doesn't happen. And then furthermore, I wanted to, thank the the city of Dawson Creek for hosting it, the business residents of the community that, you know, profiled what we're about in our community. And it was definitely the talk of the event was about how amazing Dawson Creek was and how there was a dine around at different establishments, but how the whole community came together and was very welcoming. There was one person that I spoke to that said they were blown away, like how inviting and welcoming Dawson Creek was at every place they went, from the hotel they stayed at to the restaurants to the gas station to our staff. So that to me is what it's all about, and that's what makes community. That's what builds our economic development, and it was just amazing to hear and to see it, right? The impact of it. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to the Inventive Center. They put on like a first class event, from the way it was set up to the way they switched over things to their staff to the food. Every part of it was absolutely unreal. And this is my first year sitting here, but I've now been to 3 conferences, and I would put them at the top of the list on all 3 of them. They did an absolutely amazing job. And that was well talked about there as well from everybody. So, yeah, so that. And then the FCM conference, which I just got back from this morning, was in Toronto the last week. I did take some notes, and there's some things, so I'll do up a report and send it to everybody. But just a quick overview on that is that I was in Toronto for the week and attended that. There was lots of learning for sure, lots of networking. The trade show was pretty amazing on all like the new innovative ideas and things municipalities are doing. I brought back a lot of stuff to give to Devin and team through Kevin. But yeah, there was a lot of neat things and stuff that we're working on as a community. Whether it was from cameras or to new parks, or there was a lot of that input, so it was good to see. Young Life, I had, this was 2 Saturdays ago, I went to their dessert function that was held at the Seniors Hall, where it was a pretty amazing group, actually. I've heard of Young Life before, but just since I've been in this position, I've met with them twice now, and then got to go to this event, but they probably have 30 to 40 different youth in their group, from, I'm guessing, the range of age 11 to 15, 16, when they're, at that vulnerable stage. It's just amazing to see. So this youth gets together and they do this fundraiser where they bake desserts and make desserts, and then they auction them off, and then everybody eats the desserts. And but it's for them to go away to camps every summer where they use. So they had guest speakers there that have, been former youth group members, now we're volunteers and leaders on that. I know one staff member that works at the city was there as well, that I think is very involved in it. But it was just great to see, and a huge shout out to Bryce, and John Vance Bronson got up and spoke, and he's an amazing citizen in our community and what he's done. Giving back to our community, whether it was the ARC or this, it was, all things that he touched to get going. So it was just an amazing event and great to be part of. Next, Chief Callio with Kelly Lake Creech. Chief was in town, so I got to have a brief conversation with him. He was here for the NCLGA opening ceremonies, so it was nice to meet him, and we've committed to setting up another meeting and having some further discussions, but it was nice to meet him and welcome him to our community. So I think that same weekend, seems like it was busy. The Lobster Fest, I just wanted to give a big shout out to the South Peace Oilmen's Association. They held their annual Lobster Fest a couple Saturdays ago, so I was able to attend it, not as the mayor, I was the cook, cooking steaks and flipping steaks, so it was kind of nice to be doing it at that level. But it was just great to see. They had close to 500 people in attendance. They raised a huge amount of money, funds that they directly put back into our community and help a lot of organizations and a lot of individuals in our community. Just want to give a thanks to them. Well, actually, while I was there, I was chatting with or former councillor Paul Javetkoff. So he gave me a bit of a history of the South Peace Oilmen's Association. It was pretty interesting, actually, to how far it went back, and that he was one of the original founders of it. And it was very educational for me, and definitely see their passion behind it, and the reason why it was formed and put together originally, and that it's still, they still adhere to that, and they're about giving back and doing what's right for the community. As well, that same day, there was the Northern Handmade Market Spring Edition. So I just wanted to, while I was at the Lobster Fest, I went up and upstairs the event center and walked around it. And it was another thing, just amazing to see that it was, probably 40 to 50 vendors from all over the Peace region, lots of local businesses in there, and it was busy. There was a lot of people in there shopping, but it was just it was just a very warm feeling to see, and that industry is really building and growing, and we're seeing it in these markets and these outdoor markets that they want to have. So it was just great to be part of that and see it. Next, Inland Auto. I stopped by there sometime in the last couple of weeks. I don't remember the day, but at Dan Brennan, who is the owner of Inland Auto, I heard is retiring. So I just wanted to go down there and congratulate him. So I went down there, had a great conversation with him. He was in his lake gear and getting ready to head to the lake. So that was great to see. He's put a lot of time in down there and given back to our community in a lot of ways. So I was down there. It was nice just to congratulate him and wish him the best in his next chapter in his journey. And then also it was, I heard, so this is another reason why I went down there, that Sheldon Wilkinson, who is also, somebody that's been around our community, I'm pretty sure born and raised, but I've known him most of my life, is taking over for Dan. So it was, as much as it was a bit sad seeing Dan move on and got to congratulate him, I got to welcome Sheldon to it. So it was, it's nice to see. And he's, very much about the community, gives it back to the community in a lot of different ways as well. So it's very exciting. I'm excited for him and his family and for Inland. So I did that. And then also last week I did a proclamation for the Hospice Month. So Laurie Knutson came in and we did the proclamation for that. So I got to visit with her, and I'm aware of what hospice does, but not at the level of what they do. So it's 100% volunteer based. Their board, they give back a lot to the community, and and really to those those people that have given their lives and are coming to the end of their lives. So it's a very needed service and a hard service, because you're dealing with people when they're at the nearing the end of their days. So it was just very heart warming to visit with her. I spent a good amount of time visiting with her, and I know Laurie fairly well, and it was just nice to see, and she was very appreciative of us doing the proclamation, and so I just wanted to share that. And that's all I got for my mayor's update. So sorry about it being so long. What do we got? 1:30. We'll go to 10.2. The delegation request from the Pride Walk Planning Committee, request for support of the June 12th Pride Walk. So their request is for insurance for $121. They would like council to attend on June 12th, 4:30 at the Art Gallery. I don't know if we need a motion for that. Fire truck present for a photo, pending that it's not needed elsewhere. And for our digital sign on Alaska Avenue, I was also thinking possibly, maybe directing them to ask the event center too if they could put something on theirs. But I don't know, I guess for those three, because I don't think we need one for our time. Do we need a motion for the fire truck and digital sign, and if we want to support all of it?
Yeah, through your worship, yes, we do.
Okay.
Just because we are going to be actioning, either spending money on insurance or actioning staff to directing them to do something. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody that would like to put forward a
Excuse
motion?
me, Your Worship. There
Yeah.
was also the request regarding the flag.
Yeah, wasn't that already dealt with though?
No, the current policy, flag policy does not include them, and it has June 12th dedicated to another organization. So they did mention that October would be fine if June was not available,
Okay.
but an approval of council is required for that.
So do we need a separate thing to amend our current flag policy to allow it, if we agree to allow it on June except for the June 12th?
It's up to council. If you would like to include them as October, then council could pass a resolution to amend the policy to include them for October.
As well as June, or just June? Because I think they would prefer June, but they said if October still worked, they were fine with October.
Yeah, through your worship, we could provide the flag up there on June, for the month of June.
Okay.
And just for June 12th, that one day, we could
Remove it.
remove it and put up the Filipino flag.
Okay. So depending on that flag one, it could be two separate motions right now. Okay. All right, Councillor Earl.
Just a quick question before I make a motion, Your Worship, through you to staff. With respect to the insurance, are there any other comparable events or initiatives we would cover the insurance for, or we have in the past?
So through your worship, in the past, we may have, I'm thinking of like the tree light up. I know that they get it now, but there may have been a time in the past when we did it. There's probably been a few requests that come, but that's the only thing that I think of as comparable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to move the motion to grant the request. I just want to, as Councillor Parslow said earlier, governing by, what was the phrase you used?
Ad hoc.
Ad hoc. So I want to make sure I'm making policy, yes. So I just want to make sure I'm not setting a precedent that we're then going to have to meet moving forward. So
I guess if you wanted, you could just make a motion to donate $121 to them. Or we could, I guess.
through the grant.
Through the grant.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be for insurance.
Yeah, so I'll move we grant the organization's request and that the insurance, the funds for the insurance be provided to them from the city's grant budget allocation to the tune of $121.
Do you want to further the fire truck and?
Okay, in addition, pending availability, the fire truck be available to aid in the taking of a picture, and
digital signage.
The digital signage be utilized to help promote the event as well.
Do we have a second? Councillor Parslow.
And is the flag a separate motion then, or no?
Well, it depends if we want to amend the existing policy, because I'm assuming it would be every June that they would want it, because that's the National Pride Month. So to me, it would make sense to amend the policy so they don't have to come back.
Okay, we'll have that be a different thing then. So
but that's my opinion, which is not always
We'll
wrong.
deal with the motion we got then.
All right, any discussion on this? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, Councillor Earl, did you want to?
No,
on the flag. Oh. Would anybody like to? I can make the motion for the that we amend the flag policy to allow the Pride Association to hang their flag June annually, except for June 12th, the day of June 12th, that it would be taken down for the day. And if anything further was to come down the road, somebody else wanted on it. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? We're good? Okay. I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.3, delegation request from the Dawson Creek Triathlon Association, request for support of the July 16th triathlon. Councillor Parslow.
I'd move that we grant the request as asked for.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? I will call that motion to vote. Oh, Brenda, you're quick. I was talking slow for you. I didn't need to. The vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 10.4, we have the delegation request from the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce, request for support and donation for the Downtown Hero Mile Zero program. I guess if they wanted something for the basket, like a city, does that need to come to council? Because is that something we can just?
Through your worship, if council wanted to identify the funding level within a motion, then we could provide city swag up to that amount.
So when other organizations come here and it doesn't get brought to council, is there a limit that we allow on that?
We would provide a limit up to $100.
Okay.
So we could just go with that procedure.
Okay, so I guess if somebody feels like we want to donate something for more than $100, then they could put a motion. Otherwise, we're fine just with that.
That's correct.
And there was no other ask there. Okay. All right. Anybody want a motion forward? No? All right. All right, and then next 10.5, there's no motion. 10.5, I don't think there will be a motion either, right? This will come back. The delegation request from the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association, request for funding increase for the lease agreement. Replaced first of 3 horse barns and 3 years of funding assistance for the spring rodeo. So is this something that will come back in the fall with, because they said it doesn't need.
So through your worship, I think it would be good to have a motion on directing exactly what, because that also enables us to respond to the delegation about what is going to happen. I would also suggest that we did talk earlier about the 5-year capital plan. And so I was given a list of things that was given to staff earlier this year. It's not what I'd consider to be a capital plan. So I somewhere in there, we need to have something of a little greater detail presented to council about what they want to do. And over the next 5 years, the values, part of that request, again, it's the understanding that this is city property. And so council should have the final say on what these projects are, where they're going, what they look like. Because at the end of the day, it's our land. That has been a piece that has been requested since going back to 2020, and I've never seen, and I still seek that, and I think we deserve that and should have that. So that should be tied into these requests that are in front of us, because they are asking for additional capital monies for a barn. I have no idea where this barn is going, how big it is, any of those details. And if we don't ask for it, we're never going to be told. So I would suggest that that's prior to giving any more capital funds, we need to establish a detailed 5-year capital plan showing which projects, who's paying for what, or who's, because there is some on this list that I received, there's for 2024, I think there's over $800,000 worth of projects. I have no idea about any of it. So I assume they are funding it or they're getting it from somewhere else because it's not coming from us. So again, it's just a lack of detail, and this is our property. So there needs to be a greater communication between the two parties.
Okay. So then you would be looking for something to direct, I guess, because that would be like, do we get them to come back here as a committee of the whole, or do we put a request out to them to get some more information on their future plan so that we can make a proper decision on it?
So through your worship, what I would suggest is the idea of a committee of the whole isn't necessarily bad. I really like the idea of going on a tour.
Yeah.
Again, just so you can see it, and then you could have that discussion. But I would suggest that most of these items are coming back to the budget discussion. Prior to it being considered in the budget, any capital requests, prior to them being considered, we need to have the 5-year capital plan.
Okay. Councillor Parslow, did you?
I would make that a motion that prior to were exactly your words. You want to repeat them prior to
us looking
prior
at
to
this capital, we
consideration?
want to see the 5-year plan.
A detailed 5-year plan and propose sources of funding. I can speak to that in a minute, okay?
Can I get a second? Councillor Sudnick?
If I can speak to the motion,
Sure
can I do that?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. When I said sources of funding, there's a lot I could say about this topic over the last dozen years, but not in an open meeting. I believe that there should be a partnership in the funding of some of these facilities with the regional district. I feel very strongly about that, okay? And the other thing is, there needs to be attached to that plan is the proposed application for grants. I know the history from prior discussions around grants, right? And they can access a fair amount of grants over that 5-year period. So that's why I'm saying it shouldn't be all borne by the city taxpayers. There should be a regional district, city, and what funds are they going to be contributing? It's a funding partnership, and part of that funding is grants. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Councillor McDonald?
I would just add to that, if for any capital projects like that, because it is city property, we should definitely see plans and multiple quotes for it to make sure that we are getting best value for our money on our land.
Well, I think part of that too is some of the infrastructure that they've added, it's been on their dollar, right? So we don't probably necessarily need to see quotes. We just want to see what the vision is and the plan for the next.
So through your worship, yeah, I mean, we need to know the plan, and we have to have some sense of control or authorization of what's going to happen out there. And then, as Councillor Parslow indicated, if we understand the sources of funding, then that leads into the next step, which is if the city's funding it, then we need to deal with our purchasing policies and all those pieces. If it is funded solely by donation or otherwise, then that changes that dynamic, right? But if we don't know, it's hard for us to control. And I think that's been the biggest challenge for us is we don't have our hands on the wheel all the time on that because there's so many moving parts out there, and they do deal with a lot of different donations and in-kinds and all those different things to get it done, which is wonderful. But we need to have a bit more of a liaison relationship with them so we have a better understanding of what's going on all the time.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, any other discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Okay, so we covered, you probably need a little bit more direction still too on the 125 to 150,000 for the negotiation on the next agreement, and then also on the spring rodeo, or is that something that?
So through your worship, I think those, again, the spring rodeo is next year, so I believe that's deferred to budget, should be. The other item is a renegotiation of the lease, and will really come up at that time when it expires in October. So I didn't, and we will reach out to the Exhibition Association to understand their timelines. It wasn't clear to me today that they needed some sort of resolve or indication or any of that prior to, September or October.
Yeah.
So at this point, I would assume that we would have the discussions regarding renegotiating the lease after the event of in August is complete and that's out of the way.
So you don't need any more direction then, because you got to negotiate that anyways, because it's coming up.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Which you'll have to come back to council anyways.
Yeah,
So
at that point, once
you'll-
you've negotiated and talked to them.
There'll be a decision there for council anyways.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow, did you?
Yes, this topic of sponsorship, again, you want to put it in a big picture. We have been withdrawing from sponsorships as a means of trying to, some low-hanging fruit over the last 5 or so years. If we're going back into sponsorship, we should get some definite policy. When will we? When will we not? Okay? So that's to me tied in also to some aspects of our strategic visioning, because we need to be careful. If you do it for one, you must be prepared to do it for others. Okay? Otherwise, you expose yourself to all sorts of justifiable criticism. Okay? So I think it's important for us to know the timelines that they're looking for, right? For go, no go for the spring rodeo. And we work towards that, but get a policy that guides us all. Because otherwise you're just going to be whipsawed to death. I just know what happens without a policy.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, and I don't know if we've really been in favor of supporting events along the way, but if that is the direction, then yeah, there needs to be a policy. But I was assuming that because they have asked for 3 years, the next term is 3 years, it would be part of that lease discussion. But I don't know if, Kevin, now's the time, if we sit on this for a bit and come back and talk about it, like what direction we see as a council, but
Yeah, so through your worship, I do agree with Councillor Parslow on the policy piece. When you talk about sponsorship generally for events, I mean, I think there is a real case to be made to have some parameters around that. You know, and you talk about the public good and all those aspects that you can layer into that to help council make decisions of when you go, you know, all these aspects line up. Yeah, this is a good event. We should be, for these reasons, providing a level of sponsorship versus this one doesn't tick all the boxes. Maybe this one we don't sponsor, right? Right now it's just, we either we do or we don't. So having some parameters would make it a lot easier for council to make those decisions. So yeah, I mean, I think let us think about that for a bit and we can certainly see what's out there.
okay. So do you need a motion for that or you're fine?
Not yet, I don't think. And then it'll also enable us, like you said, the timelines on the spring rodeo when they need to know and that too. That'll drive that a bit. So
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
The reason why I'm tying it into the vision is this is a sporting event, rodeo, right? So
yeah,
Community tourism.
yeah, I hear you. All right. That was it then on that mayor's update. So next order of business is 11 Chief Administrative Officer operational updates.
So through your worship, you've already touched on it. I was going to touch on the ESS and the EOC activation that we did that week. Just wanted to thank all the staff and volunteers who helped out. There was numerous companies in the community that stepped up and provided donations for food, drink, and otherwise. People offering up places for families to stay really speaks to the community as a whole of what you're willing to do for your neighbors. So it was really nice to see staff volunteers put in a lot of hours, long days, over and above. You know, it really is separate from their jobs. Their job is still happening. These folks have to move over and take on something completely different, and they all did it very willingly, again, because of the cause, right? So it really speaks to that. And then, as you mentioned, we had the rainfall forecast come in, and indications were that what we were hearing from Environment Canada is it could have been a repeat of 2011 or 2016. So we took that very seriously. We activated our EOC. We brought folks in on Monday, the holiday, and we had a number of things lined up and ready to go should, the the situation warranted. And as I said to my team that evening, that we've never been so prepared, and it was a really nice feeling. And it's always better to be over-prepared than the alternative. So, and in the end, we didn't have to activate a lot of the plans that we had set, which is good news. So, yeah, just a thanks to them for all that work on the extra hours, late evenings, and on the holidays. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. I wanted to just give a quick thank you to you as well, Kevin, for, I know this last, I guess going away, I get to appreciate this team we have here and yourself, just how open our communication is in dialogue, but also, the first 6 months or so in the position haven't quite been the easiest with a lot of changeover and a lot of things on your plate, but I just appreciate how open you are in your discussions with all of us on what's going on, and
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
I just had a quick question for Kevin. As far as the EOC goes and the flooding and that, was it in the end we didn't get the expected precipitation, or the flood mitigation work the city has done over the last number of years was effective, a combination of both, or?
So through your worship, we didn't get the precipitation that they had called for. We had about 50 millimeters, plus or minus, depending where you were. They were calling 75 to 100. And so it's a combination of the amount, but also the intensity, so how fast we get that amount. And so we got the 50 mils over, 24 plus hours, and so we were fine. But had we got the 75 or 100 over those same times, we would have been tested on, the flood mitigation. I do believe that the bridges and all those aspects would have performed without a doubt. Everything was so dry that, the ground really soaked up a lot. The things that we were keeping a close eye on was the sanitary system, because again, that history has shown us that certain intensities cause grief, for us. So we wanted to stay on top of that and ensure nobody was negatively impacted. So we had contingency plans in place.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to just take a quick 5-minute break. For Monday, May 29th, back to order. I'm just going to vary the agenda and go to 16, Committee of the Whole reports, 16.1. Report from Staff Sergeant Moffat. So welcome, Staff Sergeant Moffat. The floor is yours. Oh, let me turn that on.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So just for our April 2023 crime statistics, we're sitting good with detachment resources. Well, when I say that, we have 3 members we're currently training, so we're still effectively just a bit below, but once they get up to their full 6 months in, we'll be full capacity other than our 1 soft vacancy. But we do have some movement coming in the near future, so again, we'll be trying to look for some more members to come. But that's coming down the road. We have 2 members on their way out in July or August. So one of these members that have come in, so we're kind of sitting at surplus right now because this one recruit is in lieu of one member going out. So we'll have 1 vacancy when the 2 members leave. Our crime trend reporting. Over the period of January 2023 to April 2023, there was a total of 2,621 calls for service. This is up from 2,560 calls for service when compared to the same time period in 2022, which is an increase of approximately 2.4%. Of those 2,170 calls, 83% calls for service were within the city of Dawson Creek, and 451 calls, or 17%, were for the surrounding rural areas. Comparative to last year for the same time period, this equates to an increase of calls for service within the city of 3.6% and a decrease in the rural area of 3.2%. The following trends have been outlined for the period of January 1st, 2023 to April 31st, 2023, pertaining to calls for service and proactive investigations. Our theft of vehicles, there were 20 calls for service where there were 38 calls for service the same time last year, showing a decrease of 47.4%. Theft from vehicle, there were 21 calls for service where there were 31 calls last year. This is a decrease of 32.3%. Break-in to residences, there was 21 calls for service where there were 20 calls for service the same time period last year, which is showing an increase of 5%. Break and enter to business, there were 31 calls for service where there were 29 calls for service the same time last year, showing an increase of 6.9%. Excuse me. Assault with a weapon, aggravated assault. There were 64 calls for service where there were 83 calls for service the same time period last year, showing a decrease of 22.9%. Sexual assault and sexual interference. There were 19 calls for service where there were 7 calls for the same time last year, showing an increase of 171.4%. Drug possession, drug trafficking. There were 4 calls for service where there were 11 calls for service the same time period last year. This is a decrease of 63.6%. Our impaired driving, 24-hour suspensions, immediate roadside prohibition. There were 45 calls for service where there were 52 calls for service the same time period last year, which shows a decrease of 13.5%. Motor vehicle collisions. There were 104 calls for service where there were 123 calls for service the same time last year. This is a decrease of 15.4%. And thefts including shoplifting. There were 89 calls for service where there were 144 calls for the service the same time period last year, showing a decrease of 38.2%. Mental health calls, there were 167 calls for service where there were 128 for the same time period last year, so this is an increase of 30.5%. And I've included in our report is our Dawson Creek Citizens on Patrol. They give me a snapshot of the hours that they're spending on the road and how many volunteer hours, how many kilometers are traveled. So I've included that just of interest. For the month of January, there were 62 volunteer hours with 444 kilometers patrolled. That was their first startup. February 2023, there was 32.5 volunteer hours with 176 kilometers patrolled. March, there was 71.5 volunteer hours with 567 kilometers patrolled. And for the month of April, there were 41.5 volunteer hours and 357 kilometers. And with those folks out there, we are getting reports of suspicious occurrences and observations made to us, which we're responding to. And just a little update on the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit. The Crime Reduction Unit has been busy working closely with the Western Alberta District Property Crime Unit, just trying to identify cross-border property offenders that are known on both sides to start investigating. They've also been proactive in conducting curfew checks on prolific offenders who are currently out on conditions to ensure they're abiding by these orders, which has been proving effective as well. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I will open up to council for questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Reading your report, the sexual assault, sexual interference increase of almost 200% is very concerning. Do you have any idea why it's so high all of a sudden? Is more willingness to report compared to previously, or what can we do to help with that?
I have actually reviewed most of the files to see if there's a common linkage or anything, and they're all isolated. Some are historic, and when I say historic, they're not happening like right now. They could be a week or a month or years old. So there's no commonality. Some are known, some are, family. So my feeling is that maybe people are accessing more services that are supporting them to come forward. And also we've been working really hard at encouraging and supporting people to come forward to report these incidences. So I really don't have a straight answer, but I think it's more the change in our culture of our sexual assault investigations and the supports that these people are accessing.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question similar to Councillor McDonald, but he's kind of covered off that. But I would touch on the mental health calls. So, and I've asked Corporal Pedlin, he kind of provided me with an answer at one point, but I just wanted to follow up because I know it kind of ebbs and flows. So when it comes to mental health calls, from what I understand, the real frustration with it is sometimes necessarily you guys aren't the best people to be dealing with it, but also the fact that you have to kind of stay with people until someone can tag you out from either a social service provider or a healthcare provider, and it monopolizes a lot of your staff's time when you're on a shift and you have 3 hours where you're kind of hanging out with somebody who maybe doesn't need you to be there, but you are bound by law and policy to keep with them. And I know previously Staff Sergeant Morrow had made some headway on getting some improvements around that, and I just wanted to see if, and it was largely having to do with Northern Health, but I wanted to inquire as to whether or not that headway is still being made, or it's stalled out, or it's to the extent to which this continues to be a frustration or something that could be improved upon, and what we can do to help advocate for that, because, you want people to get the help they need if they're in a crisis situation, but we've also got 4 or 5 police officers on any given shift patrolling an area the size of a small European country. So having one of them monopolized for hours on end when they don't necessarily need to be there isn't the best use of the resource.
Yes, there's been changes in Northern Health, and I'm not sure what the legislation changes, because under the Mental Health Act, we apprehend. If we make an apprehension, we have to remain with that person until a doctor has either certified them or released them. Like, we cannot leave until a doctor sees them and gives their opinion. And recent changes is now a health nurse practitioner can also make that determination, which, sometimes waiting for a doctor, if they're busy in the middle of the night, that we can then get the okay. And so as soon as that patient transfers from our custody, they're now the hospital's responsibility, so we can effectively clear if they're not acting in a violent or aggressive manner. The other thing, I did have a meeting with some partners at Northern Health, and we did bring up, because I know the CAR 60 unit where a police officer is riding with a mental health professional to attend these calls, so an assessment can be made right there if they would be certifiable should they be brought in, and just maybe helping connect with services and things of that nature. It was kind of like talk that had happened, and I don't know if it was progressed much further. We actually have a business case just kind of at the edge of our table, just tweaking some things, looking for support for a vehicle and for a position to make this happen, because mental health isn't changing. But I think effectively, if we can have a member full-time with a health professional answering these calls, would take away from our core policing duties of our members on our watch as well. So in talking with the Northern Health partners, they were going to kind of resurrect what they were looking at too, so we could start working together and getting that going.
And one thing I guess I'd highlight while I've got you here and inquire about is with the reestablishment of the Community Action Team program, hoping that you've had some involvement in that. You guys have been getting invites to that, but also note that the program is being managed through a Nowakin, and I think one of their intentions at some point in the not too distant future is to have a mobile outreach unit for the community. Excellent. For people who are, struggling. So there might be an opportunity for collaboration there. So you're not, people aren't recreating the same effort.
No, absolutely. And that's a really good, it's usually people in distress, right? With house insecurities, food insecurities, and they're identified sometimes as having a mental health concern, which we're apprehending for because we're concerned for their safety. But at the end of the day, sometimes they're not going to be certified, they're not going to be admitted, but we still have to help and deal with what their concerns are to help them. So
Okay.
That would be good.
Yeah, it would be worth reaching out to them if they haven't reached out to you yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other councillors? No, I had a few questions, kind of like get you off that easy. One, two, just with that question, I was glad to hear that you're discussing with Northern Health. So I myself and Councillor Sudnick have a meeting with them this week, so I'll follow up with them as well. But I had a few questions, the theft of vehicles. I know last week there was 5 or 6 vehicles taken. Has that number, is it keep going up, or is it calm down?
It's been very active this last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working hard to identify and put a stop to this.
Okay.
But also of note, we have our bait truck back as of Monday. Friday it came in. So hopefully this will help us in our deterrent and investigations into stolen vehicles.
Okay. Perfect. And is out of those, I don't know if the number is higher than 5 or 6 because that was early in the week, but is that mostly from people leaving it unlocked, or is this like people are they're getting broke into and stolen? Is there things that the public can do to help prevent some of these, or?
I honestly can't answer that.
Okay.
I haven't seen a few of them, but I know that two of our witnesses that witnessed their vehicles, it was somebody just pulling up, getting in and going. So I would assume it's
Okay.
not locked to be able to get in that fast. But obviously the message to the public would be to secure as best as you can. But they're all the same, similar make and model.
Yeah.
Which is, usually a trademark of people that steal. They'll have a certain vehicle type that they will go for because they know them inside and out.
Okay. Thank you. And then a couple other questions. So on your report, when you talk about calls, is this just calls into the detachment, or is it like if you're out driving around and you pull somebody over for something and then there's something else, does that get registered in here as well?
Yeah, so they use calls in here, but it's actually files created. So whether
Okay.
that's the public calling in or a member self-generating. So it's not
So
really.
if you're pulling somebody over for something and then there's something else that comes out, it would act as two.
Yes.
Okay. Or that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, it depends, sorry. If it's like yeah, well, it would depend on how the the scoring is on the file, because sometimes, like, if we are pulling somebody over and we're issuing them a ticket for something, and then if it turns into a criminal code investigation, then we might just put the ticket on the criminal code investigation, but the stats are still recorded so it would be on one file, but our stats show that we have a traffic ticket for this violation and then
Something else for this one? Okay. And then also that Peace River, the crime reduction unit, I know it's active again. And I know there was periods where there was a few members that were, off or whatever. But is it back to fully staffed in the region?
not fully. The wildfires has really taken a hit for our resources. So for the month of May, it's been way down because we had to assist with the fires.
The evacuation.
Yeah.
Okay. But besides that, it's up.
Hopefully it's going to be status quo for June. Yeah.
Hopefully. And then homelessness, obviously a hot topic in mental, health and all that. Is it, are you dealing with a lot more of that now? I know that your report goes till April, but May, the weather's changed, and is it?
I would say it's pretty much the same. They probably get a couple calls a day for people being, when people are going to open up their shops or whatever, somebody's sleeping in front, they want them moved. Or some of the fast food restaurants where people kind of are hanging around. But I don't think there's been a change per se. I know you think people would be out camping somewhere out of the main street, but I think the people that are in town, because all their supports are here, their food's here, so I haven't noticed a spike or decline in our calls for homelessness.
Okay. And I don't know, you maybe can't answer this, but I mean, when you are dealing with, you know, folks like that, are you like able to find out where they came from? Like, are most like Dawson residents, or is there an influx of people coming to town, or?
I can't answer that, but it's usually the same people all the time that we're
Yeah.
getting called to, right?
So it's not a lot of new case. Okay. All right, and then the last thing, I know Staff Sergeant Hughes is fast approaching when he's coming here. So when he gets here, is there some crossover between the two of you? Like, are you gone the day he gets here, or do you guys spend a couple days together? How does that
I'll
work?
probably he'll be here June 5th in place, and I'll
Yeah.
probably spend the day with him just to get him up to speed on what I have going on or what needs to be addressed. And then I'll be back in Tumbler, and I'm a phone call away, so.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank you, Jamie, for your time here. I know that you made a lot of sacrifices to come here and help our community out, and probably not in the easiest of scenarios either. So you've done a great job, and we just want to thank you for your time here. And I know it's taken away from your family, and you've been, you know, traveling back and forth, which, you know, wasn't the best for all, but I mean, we definitely, you did what you needed to help us get through to this point where we have somebody coming that's going to be permanent. But we just wanted to let you know that we appreciate what you do and what you've done here, and, you know, what you do and all the members do every day, but, you know, especially you coming here. And, you know, it was an interesting 6 or 8 months that I got to work with you and build a relationship, but it's been great working with you. And I can speak for council and probably Kevin as well, that we've really enjoyed having you here, and just want to thank you. So we got you a little going away gift. So maybe a little bit of city swag that you can show off and Tumbler.
They're going to kick me out.
Stuff for your family as well.
Oh, that's so thoughtful.
Just wanted to thank you and your family. We know there's a sacrifice from your kids and your husband. So
Appreciate that. Well, it's been an honor, honestly. I'm sad to leave. It's like another transfer. The detachment's been amazing. Working with city and council and all the staff folks, it's been a learning path, and I've felt so supported, and it's just been an amazing experience. So I thank you all for everything, and hopefully things will continue on. I think Rob's going to be a very, very good fit, and he will. I hear really good things.
yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I guess I'm done.
Unless you wanted to add more, but yeah. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe see you Wednesdays.
Yes.
If you can make that. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so our next order of business, we'll go back to 12 diary. Brenda, I don't think there's anything in the diary. Nothing. 13 consent calendar. Just need a motion to accept the consent calendar. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Kemp. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed, and that's carried. Next, 14 strategic priorities. So 14.1, we have the draft strategic plan 2022 to 2026 for council consideration for approval. I know Councillor McDonald was mentioning something in there, just the wording on one thing. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that, Councillor McDonald.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to point out under 4.1, during our meeting with the gentleman here, we discussed changing the wording from develop a long-term vision with supporting strategies to optimize the use of space at the Overdue Event Center. And I'm sorry, I do not remember the exact wording, but it was more to along the lines of with supporting strategies to optimize the number of dark days at the Overdue Event Center.
Yeah, more.
Minimize the number of dark.
Minimize
them.
Yeah.
So if that was the case and?
That was 4.1.
Yeah. Because I remember discussing the use of the space and utilizing that facility to the maximum. So is that just a simple, like, are we looking to approve this today, Kevin? And if there is something simple like that that we agree to? Sorry, I should have brought that up to you earlier. I'd just like to keep you on your toes, Brenda. No, I'm just kidding.
So through your worship, I was just gonna see if we could just double check and just make sure we get the language based on the minutes, but Brenda's gonna have to go back, so. Yeah, but if you're happy with the language, the change, we can just note that and.
So we could maybe approve the strategic plan with noting that 4.1, just the wording needs to be changed, that it's about the facility and however Brian decides to word that, as long as it meets that.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You provide us what you want there and we'll make that change and then you can adopt it as amended.
Okay, so Councillor McDonald or Councillor Earl or anybody, would you like to?
So the motion would be we approve the draft of the Dawson Creek Strategic Plan Report with the amendment that 4.1 be put back to what we agreed upon at the past meeting with that gentleman.
What was the word? So develop.
I don't know what the words were.
That
was a long time ago. Jesus, Murphy.
Strategy to optimize the use. You could just put to optimize the use of the Oventive Center. Like it does it just remove the words of space. Because we're optimizing the use of the Oventive Center. In
I
all
just
areas.
worry with it being the use of space at the Oventive Event Center suggests that we are looking to invest more capital into the unused space of the Oventive Center. When I believe, in my opinion, the discussion revolved a lot more about we have great space in that center already with the Mercer Hall, with the floor. They do such a good job of using the space they have as proven by the NCLGA that we need to optimize the usage of the existing space before we think about investing more capital into that building.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just the wording. So what do we want to have for the wording?
I wouldn't want this use of space in there. I would want it to be minimizing dark days.
Excuse me, through your worship, I did find my notes from that.
Oh.
Brenda's the best. We'll miss you so much.
It was to amend the unused space at the event center to state optimize use of Oventive Event Center.
To optimize the use of
Optimize use.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so then subject to that notes. Okay, so do I have a seconder? Councillor Sudnick. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I was just thinking about this for one in the discussion that went on. I mean, part of the context here, linked to it is the fact that the contract with whatever the name is, Global, comes up in 2027, right? And I thought the discussions was it's far more than the dark days. I guess it's maybe more the effective and efficient use of the building by the community.
Yeah, and I think that was the intent,
is that
right?
To say,
yeah, optimize. Yeah, I think that's
that captures it for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 100%. All right. Oh, Kyle and I are one. Maybe.
We're like this.
Oh, yeah.
Same page. It's like I'm carrying him.
We feel you've been ignoring us.
Councillor Earl?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you.
You didn't hear that, I hope.
You win, Charlie. I'm done.
All right, so If there's no more discussion, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Oh, there we go. Vote is closed. Carried. Exciting. Looking forward to this. Next we have, you didn't have anything else under there, Kevin, did you? No? Next 15 media question period. There's no media here. 16 committee of the whole reports. 16.2, we have the report from the development service manager. And from what I understand, Bill wasn't coming up here. It was just a report to for us to review. So, do you know if there's anything that needed to be discussed in here in specifics, Kevin, or was it just more for our knowledge? And
So through your worship, I'll just pull it up here, but there was a lot of information in there, and a lot of it revolved around some recent events like the apartment at 1128 104th. There's just an update on that, and the idea is that if council had any questions, and but if you're good with the update, then
okay. All right, Councillor Parslow.
Well, I was pleased to see that Bill was joined to that conference, so that will be interesting.
Yes.
Just some background information which I did share with the mayor. I've been working with a number of frontline workers in the community, and they are convinced that many of the individuals that they are supporting are new to Dawson Creek. Many of these workers have worked the streets of Dawson Creek for quite a while. They know the locals, and these are new individuals. By that, I'm not saying how new, let's say within the year. Okay? And they are also convinced that while an agency may not be having a program to relocate, some individual workers in other communities are facilitating them coming here. They're absolutely convinced of it. So I just giving you that as background information. It's not an agency. By that I mean BC Housing or somebody.
Yeah.
But maybe some staff people have some discretionary funding that enables people to relocate to where housing is cheaper or da-da-da-da-da. And they're also convinced that many of the individuals they're supporting, since decriminalization, are using far more drugs. So just pass that on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
So just, I guess, following the logic of it, should we, I guess, when it comes to budget discussions, anticipate having to hire another position, whether it's, we spent the last number of years trying to contain costs, but obvious public safety is of paramount concern, and that's never where you want to save money. It's just, should this be something council should expect? And if it is, that might inform some of the conversations we have with our provincial counterparts at UBCM and some of the various ministries if, once again, that spillover from the province and Northern Health based on policies they put in place and services they're not able to adequately provide are now compelling us to spend municipal tax dollars to fill that gap.
Yeah, so through your worship, I mean, it is as indicated in the report, it's problematic to manage under its current levels, but we do have an additional half-time position that we're trying to fill that council had approved in this year's budget. But we're just going to have to wait and see how things trend over the next few months and as we lead into budget and just see what. And again, council will have to make some decisions about how they want bylaw to respond, what we're able to do. You know, it's that partnership with the RCMP, you know, who's doing what. The reality is our current bylaw staff are not, didn't really sign up to go deal with some of the things that we may be faced to deal with into the future. And that the real question is, do we want to, you know, as a council, do we want to get into some of that? And then I'll have the staffing issue of whether they want to. And if not, then maybe somebody else will. But that it's just, it's changing. And I think we're just trying to bring that awareness, is that it is, that business is changing. That's just the reality.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin.
Any other comments? All right. So our next order of business is 17, recess to close meeting. We had a 17.1 resolution to move into meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 3.1 and 4.1, section 90 minutes as previous noted. Agenda item 7.1, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. Motion, Councillor Sudnick, second, Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.